things in a certain way.
You want to be productive and you want to get all of these things done, but then at the same time, you find yourself very distracted or in this self-wallow of like, I can't really do anything.
I didn't feel in control when it came to my thoughts. I was impulsive, lying a lot. I felt absolutely hopeless. I didn't think that there was a way to feel better. I didn't think that I wanted to feel better.
It's really hard to talk about, even to this day.
Our traditional ways of hospitalizing people, it's not working.
Mental illness and poverty, those things kill you.
Meds. Hi there. Let's start. I'm founder of Human Brain Expo, and we actually working on a big mission here. And this little symposium was created with one simple goal to share the our vision, our goal, and as you're probably aware, despite of the global development, despite of the absolutely exciting breakthroughs and absolutely amazing innovations, for some reason, officially, statistically, we actually, as a human being, we're in declining stage, literally. According to the global index regarding our social development, first time in many decades, we're actually on a recession stage, when on a declining stage. The thing is, it looks like we, as a humankind, we have really bad understanding how those innovations has actually impact us on a short term, impact us the way how we communicate, the way how we interact with each other, and the way how we consume, absorb information, how we protect our integrity, and how we evaluate our ethics and morals. What do we know? According to the studies, according to the latest studies, according to the most reputable organizations, what we know is most current innovations, especially ChatGPT, changed significantly psycholinguistics, changed the way people consume, understand the information, and the way how we interpret information. That's interesting in the fact that it's not just going to change the way we learn, our kids learn. We don't know it. We're not sure 100% what kind of impact is going to make in the future for us. What do we know is cognitive global index in terms of cognitive decline. Globally, we as a human in a cognitive decline, meaning that our cognitive ability is definitely lower than cognitive abilities of our ancestors. We know that the rates of the such diseases as dementia, the rates of those diseases significantly increased in the last years. If we're talking about mental health, the mental health situation, it's not something that discussable or something we can hide ourselves from or literally close eyes and not discuss. Mental health, currently, we're literally living in a mental health crisis, and that's not literally avoidable. Mental health, bad mental health situations basically impacts all aspects of our wellness, our personal relationship, the way how things got done in multiple ways, then how information got absorbed by the people, how people react and live in certain situations. So the Human Brain Expo originally was created with the goal basically get a better understanding of what's going on with basically collective effort of people with different backgrounds. Also, our goal is engage and collaborate. So we will be more grounded to real facts and supported by multiple specialists and professionals in the area. Anyhow, what is Human Brain Expo? Human Brain Expo, first and foremost, never been meant as just events. No. Human brain experts is actually digital tools. It's a combination of digital tools that allow you, that provide you access, help you to protect, share, and nourish of your invention. Inventions that truly are dedicated to survival and help humanity in a certain ways. And help to understand what is the best way to approach things and what is the best way to literally do and create, develop the right approach toward managing of the innovations, of the current innovations and coming innovations. Let me talk a little bit about the entire story behind Human Brain, because Human Brain Expo has amazing story of the development. So Human Brain Expo, I consider Human Brain Expo actually start the idea in my head appeared back then when I created my first line of the product. Very, very scientific. Every single piece of those garments were dedicated to safety and protection of people who are wearing it, because from my personal experience, me as a scientist, I've been multiple times, I've been working with very dangerous compounds and I've been in a dangerous situations multiple times. And for me, it was obvious that we lack of something that would simply protect us in the lab. Moreover, I was getting a lot of feedbacks from the people who actually been in a similar situation. We know that there are rates, there are mortality rates. A lot of like kids, students who work with in the labs, they actually died because of unpredictable situations. And when I launched, I consider, so a little bit about my background. I've been working on the drug development and scientific lab for a decade. And then I switched to the business development with, I got my second degree in business administration. I was working on business development for a while, almost a decade as well. So, and for me, I was pretty sure and clear regarding the all understanding marketing science together. And I was thinking I'm on a good, level of comprehension of the situation on the local stage, on the global stage, and I did not thought that I will embrace any issues. Anyhow, when I launched my product and I started to actually, I consider to be innovative, when I started to literally trying to sell it, I figured out that all those old theories regarding the marketing, regarding business development, they're actually not working in the real environment. I was, the funny moment, I'm always like to tell the story regarding the funny situation I've been getting with all those gametes, especially here in the Silicon Valley. When I pitched at one event, I actually were meeting those people after like 4 months, 6 months, and I've been talking to those people, and I was asking for like what they think about their impressions, and I realized that what people had in how the message people had nothing to do with what I was talking, and has absolutely nothing to do with what I was trying to convey. They had their own perception, they had their own understanding of the situation that has nothing to do with what's been shown, what's been said. And I was in this point, I figured out that something we know about like innovation management, about the way how things work, is not actually applicable in the real situation, in real environment. And I started to do a lot of research regarding the how people absorb information, how they perceive things. And I met a very interesting person. I met Dr. Pradeep, and he's author of the book, which explains how unconscious mind work, that most of the people, they're making decisions regarding the purchase and they're making decisions about things around them absolutely unconsciously, and has nothing to do with logic. It has nothing to do with, very often has nothing to do even what's been said, what's been shown. So the interesting thing is the our mind, our brain created in a way that basically makes us think certain way, and we have to thanks to current modern neuroscience development, we equipped better. We have better tools basically to understand how actually human mind consume information, how people actually perceive things, what actions they do. Of course, a lot of people, they literally, especially big corporations, they use the knowledge we know, right? Like social media, people, they abuse certain knowledge regarding how human brain works, and they play around with our dopamine that goes, that works not well for us in general in multiple ways, especially for our mental wellness. But the funny moment is, well-known fact, like back then, it's been 15 years ago. So people were fighting, like in advertisement, people were fighting for the attention. They were thinking that the most important fact in advertisement is grab people's attention. Well, the modern science currently tell us that that's not such a thing, that you can get attention. People literally can watch your whatever information you got, but will they purchase? Not a fact. So the attention works not in the way that we knew like 15 years ago, meaning that those people who are actually were making money based on attention all this time, it's wrong. According to the modern science, it's actually wrong approach to things, and it's not going to make them any profit and any benefits for them, especially in the long term, because attention works in an absolutely different way. And it's even if you grab people's attention, it doesn't mean that they will go and retain it, or they're going to basically make a decision about the information they got. Unfortunately, in the current era of ADHD, most of the information they got using the attention, it's going to be wasted, and it actually keeps literally as a waste in the brain, and that works actually against their cognitive mental health, and doesn't make any good for businesses or anything else. It's a funny moment. I mean, I just love it so much. Anyhow, my personal journey. So I started to learn and research how actually human brain works, and I developed my first program, and I actually wrote a book that connects the dots, that explains how human brain actually how mental health, how we connect the dots, how actually mental health connected to our brain health, and how you can manipulate certain things in your life, like very basic things in terms of behavior patterns, in terms of the way you observe, consume information, the way how you sleep, the way how you eat, how it impacts us, and which way, how you can manipulate with it, what is so important about psychology, and how actually psychology connected to our brain. So if you didn't read my book, I highly encourage you to do so. Anyhow, based on the information, based on the knowledge I got, I created a program. Of course, this program is meant just to shed like a light on the understanding, and of course in terms of like scalability and in terms of the actual business side of the deal, it's not going to work. That's why in the last years we put a lot of efforts in developing of a scalable approach, automated approach that will basically help holistically approach the mental wellness, and will be more focused on the prevention and testing of the mental health condition. And we on a good stage of it. And if you would like to join us in a certain way, you are very welcome. And keep watching after 3H Brain, because we're going to have a lot of new things soon. One of the most exciting things that we've been working on is the app called Neurotoxicity, that basically shows how products, how certain environmental things impact you, how toxic it is, and how it's going to impact you on the short term and the long term. Very exciting things. Anyhow, first the Human Brain Expo gathering happened in 2023. Why I decided to bring people together? Well, that's important. That's important. I'm always looking for the for bringing people together and finding collaborations, because when you it's a different thing when you kind of have when you have Russian background in the United States. It's a very different. You're pretty much in a situation that you cast away pretty much from everything, just simply because of your Russian background. Because of all the perceptions and attitudes toward people with who comes from the from Russia. But anyhow. Human Brain Expo, again, Human Brain Expo, it's not just events. It's a combination of tools. It's a digital tool that help you protect, share, and nourish your intellectual property, your literally the inventions you're making. How we do it? Well, of course, we have developed approach to the legal side in terms of the IP protection and in terms of IP transfers. So if you're interested, you always can get more information on our website or connect with us. And again, Human Brain Expo were meant like to serve a certain function, to serve you find the right network, because usually when innovators, when people who actually have some created something, of course, experiencing a lot of obstacles in the development. And often they think that they lack of, financial part, but the truth is, very often they just lack of the understanding of the environment and lack of the network they needed to push the innovation forward. Anyhow, we on a growing stage, and if you if you have interesting to share, please join us. You're very welcome, basically, to join us. Okay, so as I already said, Human Brain Expo and 3H Brain, it's ecosystem. Basically, it covers professional side and it covers patient side. So we are basically gathering information, nourishing information, and we developing the best tool to provide those last innovation to the patients. And as I said, 3H Brain on the developing stage, and it's meant to be a holistic approach to the brain health, mental health management. So please stay tuned. Another thing that I would like to share is, give me a second, the last slide. So after talking with and after communicating with professionals from mental health organizations, like non-profit organizations, different clinics, what we realized, what the main problem is actually taboo associated with the mental health. I think is very often people don't have good understanding the impact their mental health has on their personal professional life. People simply don't go to the professional. They don't consider it as a problem. And the taboo associated with the mental health is actually a very serious issue. So we decided to create immersive experience event dedicated to the mental health that would actually create fun experiences for the families, but in a certain way explaining the how mental health, how counseling, how what kind of tools up there available, is that mental health is not something that you have to hide, you have to struggle. It's absolutely manageable, and it's most of the people have it currently nowadays, and it's something we have to embrace on a global scale. Anyhow, I'm done here. Finally. Anyhow, today we're going to have really amazing speakers who develop their personal innovative approach toward the understanding human brain metrics, human brain data to transform it in a real business, personal professional business outcomes. So please stay tuned. And now I would like to welcome my co-host, Dr. Tsui. Give me a second. Okay, let me add you. Hi there.
Hello. Thank you. This is a great conference. So I would like to also share a little bit about my experience. My background's neuroscience and computer science and medicine. And I've gone through a lot of the systems and yeah, I have a few things I want to share with you guys. And yes, what we'd like to do is to create a more open and honest environment for research, for results, and for what is going on.
Yes,
So,
I'm leaving. I just would like to add that it's very important thing that the understanding of the relevancy of the information we're getting. What I know, especially after like all the situation that happened to the country recently, it's very important to be more critical and understand the data we're getting. So please, yes, the relevancy of the research is very important. I'm leaving. I'm giving you the time. Thank you.
all right, so I will start off with a little video I did previously. I made a channel about the actual research environment, and I'll play a small snippet of it just as an introduction, and then go through a little bit of what needs to be done to do better. So here.
About only 35% of research is statistically replicable. This is in most fields. How can it be? This research passed statistical analysis and the all-holy peer review. Now, according to a poll of 1,500 scientists, 70% of them had failed to replicate at least one other scientist's experiment, and 50% had failed to replicate one of their own experiments. In medicine, a 2012 study of preclinical medical cancer found that only 11% of those studies could be replicated. In psychology, a 2015 empirical study attempting to replicate 100 previous studies from 3 high-ranking psychology journals found overall that only 36% yielded statistical findings compared to 97% of the original studies. And these included 28 classic contemporary findings in psychology that are taught in textbooks. And overall, 14 of the 28 findings failed to replicate, despite massive sample sizes. A newer 2018 study sought to replicate 21 social and behavioral science papers from the most prestigious journals of nature and science. It was found that only 13 of the 21 could be successfully replicated. In neuroscience methods, specifically fMRI, studies can be overcomputed. This was left unaddressed in the field. That is, until some researchers proved their point by taking a dead fish and putting it into the fMRI and getting results that were statistically significant. This study was never published. Many findings like this aren't. But it did get an Ig Nobel Prize award. And a very recent study which proactively gave raw data to neuroscience fMRI groups to process and make conclusions about it found that the data was interpreted into different results depending on the group's processing. So this continues. A 2019 study, which focuses on computer science, showed that of the studies published in top conferences in computer science, on average, less than 40% of the articles were reproducible. In computer science, algorithms are often compared to each other. So repeatability and replicability are very important to reliably compare between algorithms. But human factors behind competition can make this difficult. The study above showed that of 18 algorithms, only 7 were repeatable with reasonable effort. The reasons for not being able to repeat can include not having the algorithm described or written well, or the test data not available. In the fierce all-out competition, there may be a benefit for not having those available. How can the algorithm be criticized if it's not available? Other reasons are simply the claimed results of their algorithms was not obtained. But even in the repeatable articles which the results are obtained, much of the poor performance of compared algorithms were not replicable. When replicating the comparison algorithms did better than reported. In the study of the 18 papers, they did not find an algorithm that is better than what's already out there. The computer science findings are especially concerning since the field is endowed with some of the best resources, and the algorithms are implemented on a controlled computer environment where repeatability should be less of an issue.
I apologize. I forgot my mic was off. So this is a recording of a snippet of my video channel about updating research. It's all about why things like this are occurring, what can be done, how it happens in the past, is it still happening now, and what can be done to improve the situation. Now, sorry, I'm jumping between systems here. Here we go. Now, here what I'd like to do is discuss a little bit about how to avoid the human factors and bad incentives that are ruining our world, from research through economics and politics, and to enable true novelty through honest, facilitated reporting of honest science. Now, the core and basis of science is just one thing: it's repeatability. It is not about advertising, prestige, endowment, peer review, even peer review, honor, legacy, reputation, tenure, authority, rankings, money, publication indexes, politics. No. If we were following these, we would still be treating plague like they did back hundreds of years ago. Science is about repeatability, and repeatability is about statistics. And there is a lot of tools that have been created to analyze this, such as the bell curve, where experiments are designed so that, in theory, if the experimental test is a coin flip, that if it's repeated 95% of the time, if a result is significant, then it should occur 95% of the time, not by chance, only 5% by chance. This is the design of the study. So studies are repeated to show that the study result did not happen by chance. And so these are designed to be shown as 95%. Yet, when you try to repeat the studies, it's not 95%, it's lower than 35%, right? So there's a lot of stuff that's going on that is not quite true and honest. And this science is based on random sampling, taking at least a minimum of 30 samples, methods to calculate how powerful a study is, and analyzing the variables, whether continuous or discrete. Continuous are better for this sort of analysis. And there's all sorts of types of studies. So if someone wants to really understand whether they can believe a study, they need to look at the type of study. So randomized controls studies are best, cohort studies are less, so on and so forth. Moreover, there's a huge array of types of biases that can go into a study. And most of these biases are primarily human factors: what gets presented, what people remember, and so on. So easily a lot of these come into the studies and contribute to a lack of pure repeatability. So some of the take-home messages here is that every result, every finding or claim should be questioned based on repeatability. If someone says, well, sitting straight helps your mind function better, well, hopefully they can reference a study that did this in a statistical way. Moreover, trusted findings must be repeated over and over again through multiple independent studies. So, for example, when we're going to see a lot of feedback, brain feedback in the talks here. I'm a very big proponent of that in the neuroscience. One of the strongest findings is homeostatic plasticity, where the neurons that communicate, the input neurons that communicate to the output neurons, they then know what the output neurons are doing. There's this feedback. And that feedback has been found both when you stimulate, when you chemically change neurotransmitters, when you even change some of the genetics. The systems it's very important for them to set this backwards and forwards. And each paper that is showing the maintaining of this feedback is a repetition and another aspect of that property and phenomena. So then when you see a lot of papers repeating a similar type of finding, that suggests that finding is very strong and important. So the goal here is repeatable results, and they should be given open forums. There should not be pay to play or anything like that. Repetition, anything that is found with repetition should be given the priority with the repetition and the statistics. It's not about who has more money for paying the journals or advertising or anything like that. My background is neuroscience and computer science. I wanted to understand everything that's associated with the brain, with the philosophy that no field can completely cover what the brain is doing. And so therefore I studied everything from electrical engineering to study the signaling of the brain, neuroscience, computational neuroscience, so doing actual electrophysiology experiments and figuring out what can you pull out, cognitive experiments, seeing the reaction times, that gives you clues of what is the computations going in there, and medicine with a focus on neurology. And with that, I want to bring it back to the conference and the brain innovation.
Thank you, Dr. Sui. Yes, I believe it's very important to understand that a lot of information we're getting, it's not very often not relevant, and the thing is, it's applicable for pretty much any field in our life. It's not just about science. A lot of aspects, very often people have hard time criticizing and understanding how relevant certain information is, and that's very important. Anyhow, I created a short video to remind us what is going to be ahead of us. We have multiple people joining us. We will put them on the stage shortly. Let's remind us our schedule, because we have pretty busy schedule, and we'll have a couple of people joining us on the way. Anyhow, there is our schedule as a reminder, and we will go to the introduction to the next speaker. Okay, give me a second. Our next speaker. It's very important to give a good introduction to people. Actually, I was impressed with the work Salimon does. Our next speaker, who actually created, he's the founder of the company called Neuron. And the amazing thing they did, I looked at multiple their studies, and I looked at their work, the results they got. It's so impressive. So what they do, they translate brain data, they're analyzing brain data that actually help you make your workplace more efficient, less stressful, literally help to decrease cognitive load from the people involved in the business, and that's very impressive. So Salimon is a specialist in the brain data analysis, and he's the founder of the company called Neuron that quantifies mental wellness. Neuron packages a custom-made studies for businesses to improve efficiency of operation while minimizing stress and mental load. So let's see. Suleiman, are you here? Here we go. I'll put you on the stage. Thank you for being here.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Okay, are you ready? Do you have your presentation with you? I mean, does everything works? Oh, okay, good. I will leave you that. Did you get your presentation? It's here.
Let me get it up right now. Perfect. Can you see it?
No, we don't see. It's you have to click on present. And if you want, you can actually share the screen if you need to. I don't see a presentation. Try to go to present. Oh, I see now. Yes. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
All right. Great. Everyone, my name is Suleiman Bentaleb, but you guys can just call me Suli. I'm the founder of Neuron. We're a neurotechnology company that quantifies mental wellness by translating brainwaves into business impact. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn here at this QR code. Today, I'll go into what we do at the company, and I'll actually present the results from our last 7-month study, going over the methods, the results, and actual recommendations and tangible things that you can take and implement in your life and your businesses based on the results of that study. So let's start with the problem we're solving. So after interviewing over 100 people, we've identified this huge problem across industries. And that's summarized in this quote by this marketing researcher. Our data is so unreliable. The issue today is measuring the impact and effectiveness of a marketing campaign, a training program, or of a wellness product. The current solution is surveys and feedback, which is qualitative, subjective, and retrospective, failing in these three ways. But today, our solution at Neuron is simply neuroscience, where with recent advances in the field, we can provide quantitative, objective, and real-time measurements directly from the brain, the most unbiased source of human feedback, for real gauge and measurement of the effectiveness of a product or service. So why haven't we heard of neuroscience being used already? Well, we haven't necessarily heard of it, but big companies are already using neuroscience. Calm used a study on using brainwaves to prove the effectiveness of meditation. Microsoft has actually collected brainwaves from some of their employees to study stress during meetings, and that actually led to a new Teams feature to schedule breaks automatically between meetings. Nielsen, a major marketing and ad company, has used brainwaves for ad optimization, and this actually led to a 65% increase in ads effectiveness. So since big companies are already using it, how do we bring this and make it mainstream? So today, the issue is in pulling value from brain data. So let's understand how we do that. This data first has to be collected with a headset before being analyzed by a highly specialized neuroengineer. This is the biggest problem for neuroscience researchers today, data analysis. They told me it's too expensive and time consuming. On average, outsourcing costs $25,000 per study, and hiring an in-house engineer for an entry-level one costs $125,000 a year. And that engineer is me. I was born and raised in Morocco and fell in love with neuroscience and specifically neuroengineering back in high school. So I've tailored everything to it since then. I moved to the US for college, got my bachelor's in bioengineering and neuroscience from UCLA, and my master's with a thesis in neuroengineering also from UCLA. So I've specialized in brain data analysis, and I've done countless projects over the years where I've had to manually, every time, analyze this brain data. But this manual process was counterintuitive to me. When I first think of code, I think of automation. So I realized, why not automate the analysis of brain data? And that is what Neuron does. We translate brainwaves, called EEG, into straightforward and valuable cognitive states. So the input to our algorithm is the raw brain data. We process, clean, and analyze that data to output 4 mental wellness metrics: mental fatigue, cognitive stress, focus or attention, and cognitive load or mental effort. This is our proprietary algorithm at Neuron, protected by a trade secret. And the competitive advantage here is that our algorithm is hardware or headset agnostic, meaning it can be used with all headsets, EEG headsets on the market. Our algorithm automatically quantifies and visualizes human cognition with quantitative percentage scores of our 4 mental wellness metrics. So we first sell this as a software as a service platform to neuroscience researchers and institutes who already collect their own brain data. And here's a look at what our software platform looks like. Researchers simply have to upload their brain data file to our platform, input a few parameters so we can tailor the analysis to them, and then boom, have quantitative scores in real time of our 4 cognitive states. Now, this is our software as a service offering for researchers collecting their own data. We have a second offering for companies. And businesses, which is packaging our algorithm into this comprehensive neuroscience study service that we call Neuroscience as a Service. Here, we boost companies' revenue by proving and improving the effectiveness of their product directly with brainwaves. It's a 5-step process where we start by designing a custom-made neuroscience research study for the client. We then recruit the participants. So that is the first phase and the first pillar of science. Then moving into the technology, we collect the brain EEG data with EEG headsets. We actually analyze that data using our proprietary algorithm. And then last but not least, the business pillar, we give tangible recommendations for businesses to directly implement to improve their product based on the results of our study. So that is the neuroscience study service that has the main application is for wellness companies that have products they claim improve your mental wellness. So think of a meditation app or a dietary supplement that claims it improves your focus or your stress. Neuron is the neuroscience research company that conducts the study to provide the neuroscientific, quantitative, and objective evidence of those claims for those companies to then use for marketing and sales purposes, therefore boosting their revenue. Now, our last study was actually with a corporate training company, and we have, through the neuroscience study service, developed this tool to prove that other companies improve mental wellness. And at Neuron, our mission is to put humans at the center of organizations and put humans and their mental wellness at the center. So we did that indirectly by proving that other companies improved mental health. So now we wanted to have that direct impact ourselves. So we have developed a neuroscience manager training program where we train managers to improve their employees' mental health with 3 2-hour workshops. First one being how to build trust in your teams and in your employees. The second one, how to build confidence in yourself as a manager and how you can build that confidence in your teams. And lastly, how to give effective feedback, where we delve into how to build empathy, emotional intelligence, and how to build psychological safety. So that is a little bit about our proprietary algorithm and the services and products that come from it. So we have the software as a service for researchers, we have the neuroscience study service for companies, and we even have this neuroscience corporate training program to have a direct impact teaching managers for improving their employees' mental health and wellness. So now I want to dive into the meat of the presentation today, which is presenting the last study that we've conducted, where we, over 7 months, conducted a neuroscientific study on the effectiveness of a corporate training program. This is the first ever time that neuroscience was used to study corporate training. So we're very, very excited to announce the study and results today. So let's dive in. For a little bit of context, we did a lot of qualitative research with people managers and found out that qualitatively, the cause of employee problems is employee morale and well-being. We actually interviewed over 100 C-suite executives, people leaders, and HR managers and asked them, why do employees quit? The most common answer to this question was people don't leave companies, they leave managers. Then we asked, what is the source of these employee problems? So sure, manager is the most common answer, but then if you dig deep, what is at the source, the cause of these problems? And the overwhelming answer there was the cause of high employee turnover, low talent attraction, quiet quitting, and low productivity is employee morale, mental health, and well-being. So that was already, for context, a learning from these qualitative interviews, hearing directly from the people in the field. So now coming to Neuron, our mission is to put humans and their mental wellness at the center of organizations. So in this study, over 7 months, we collected brain data once a month for managers going through a management training program by a company called Management Cues. And we were able to prove quantitatively, objectively, and in real time that this Management Cues training program statistically significantly improved the manager's behavioral and cognitive abilities, as well as their work managerial performance. On top of that, we're also able to prove that cognitive states and mental wellness metrics are statistically significantly correlated with both the objective work managerial performance, as well as the self-reported preparedness for managerial tasks of these managers. So here's in a snippet the final results of the study, and we'll dive deeper right now. So let's start with the study design. So Management Cues, the management training company, taught 6 training sessions on 6 different topics: effective management, team building, delegation, boundary setting, communication, and handling difficult communication. These were 6 workshops that were taught once a month with 2 hours per workshop with a 1-month interval. So 6 workshops, 6-month program. As Neuron, we collected data based on real-life scenarios directly related to each topic in those workshops. So we actually had these managers wear a head cap, just like the one you can see in this picture. And we collected brain data right before each one of these 6 workshops, with the managers having to complete real-life scenarios directly relevant to the content of each workshop. So here's an example for the boundary setting workshop. Here is one of the 2 tasks that we had them complete. First, we give them a real-life scenario. Second, we give them instructions and questions to answer. So for the boundary setting scenario, here's an example of one of the actual tasks they had to perform. Anna is your manager. She has a very strong personality and dominant communication style. She means well, but comes on strong verbally and physically. You're currently overwhelmed and honestly burning out. Anna tells you during your rest break, they need to stay late right before the end of your day. She asks you to take on additional projects, but you can't stay late today because you have to pick up your sister's kids. This would be a 12-hour day. So here's how we set up the real life scenario, something that could happen in the real workplace. Now to the questions. Identify which boundaries need to be set with Anna. Outline in detail what you will say to her. Will you communicate this to her verbally or in writing? And identify which employment law and HR issues are present in the scenario from a manager's standpoint. So here they would have 5 minutes to read the real life scenario and complete with a pen and paper these tasks and instructions. Here's a demo video of what that data collection process actually looks like. So here we start with putting on the headset, then they watch a baseline video. Then here is the 5-minute task that they need to complete with pen and paper. And that is what the data collection process tangibly looks like. So now that I've explained what it entails and what it actually looks like, let's go into the setup. So we collected the brain data set as one of the 5 data sets we collected on a monthly basis. So we collected this data right before and 1 month after each one of the 6 workshops. So here, with the brain data set, we were able to quantify our 4 cognitive states of fatigue, stress, cognitive load, and focus engagement. But that was not the only data set we collected. We wanted to get an overarching, comprehensive, full picture assessment of the effectiveness and the impact that the training program had. So we actually measured 5 data sets. We had these managers perform homework assignments between each workshop, developed an objective scoring rubric for those, and anonymously graded their responses to these homework tasks. So the accuracy on the homework was the first data set, the accuracy on the tasks. So you've seen what the tasks actually look like. We have strict questions and have, again, a objective scoring rubric, and we graded their answers based on that anonymously. So second data set is the accuracy on these real life scenario tasks. Then we have what's unique about this study, which are the brain-based mental wellness metrics and cognitive states: fatigue, stress, engagement, cognitive load. Fourth, we still valued hearing directly from the managers. So there is a self-reported evaluation, and this is 2 main questions that we asked. One was, on a scale of 1 to 5, how prepared did you feel to tackle this task? And 2 was, while you completed this task, walk us through your thought process. What was going through your mind? So both a quantitative and qualitative self-reported evaluation. Last but not least, we wanted to see the impact that it had on the business outcomes. So we also collected business key performance indicators for the managers' teams. So enough about the study design. Let's head now into the results. So first, going into those homework scores. So here for this presentation, the takeaway of the slide will be at the very top as the title, and then we'll go into the content. And here we'll go step by step into each one of those 5 data sets that we quantified. For the homework, the managers scored an average of 89%. Here's what it actually looked like. So really great performance from these managers. So these are homework assignments that they had to complete in that 1 month interval that they had between each workshop. So this is what they had to do on their own time to implement what they learned in the workshop into their everyday work. High performance, 89% on average. For the second data set, their performance and accuracy on those real life scenario tasks. The result, the managers performed statistically significantly better on the tasks 1 month post-training for every single one of the 6 training sessions. Here's what it looks like. So here we have the 6 topics. This is on the left-hand side, right before going through the training session, they performed those tasks, and then they performed the same task 1 month after going through the training session. And we can see huge boosts in performance across all of the 6 training topics. And this increase was actually statistically significant. So here's in terms of percent changes, the percent change of their scores and performance on these assessment tasks, and we can see huge increases, at least twice as good, and here going all the way to almost plus 400%. So here the average across all of the trainings was a increased score on these assessment tasks of 235%, 3.5 times better. Now, the most unique and intriguing part, the brain-based cognitive states. We were able to prove that their mental wellness metrics statistically significantly improved 1 month after training for all 6 training sessions. And here's what the data actually looks like. So we can see here that mental fatigue decreased by 50%, cognitive stress decreased by 250%, 3.5 times, engagement increased by 4 times, 300%, and cognitive load was twice as low, 114%. And all of these results here again were statistically significant. So here on average, while tackling these tasks, we were able to record the data. And it's while tackling these managerial tasks that we're able to prove that the manager's wellness is improved. On average, an improvement of 175%. Now for the self-reported evaluation. The manager's preparedness was the answer to the question, how prepared did you feel to tackle this task from 1 to 5? And so here we're able to prove once again with statistical significance that their self-reported preparedness increased post-training for every training except for the first one. Here we have the detailed results. So here again, it was on a scale from 1 to 5. So we had their self-reported scores before and 1 month after, and we can see how big those changes are for the last 5 workshops, but not for the first one. And here's the percent change, all the way up to twice as prepared, even though with only a small scale of 1 to 5. Here we have these huge percentages, went from 2.1 to 4.5 in terms of preparedness, except for this first workshop. And so this was an extremely interesting finding for us, because this told us that before going through the training program, the managers thought they were better prepared than they actually were. And some of the managers, the second month we went in for our data collection, actually told us, I was way less prepared than I initially thought. So this is what caused this 9%. So this shows us from the objective performance here that the managers were underprepared going to this training program. And then this self-preparedness score tells us that they were unaware of how unprepared they were. So on average, there was an increase in preparedness of 63%. Here, finishing the self-reported evaluation, this time with qualitative. results. The manager's qualitative feedback showed drastic improvement before we had them go through the workshops. Before they went through the workshops, when they had to tackle those assessment tasks, their thought process and their feelings towards the task were, I was stressed, worried, and anxious. I didn't know how to do it, so I had to make assumptions. I only had my own experience to draw on and didn't know the terminology. I was worried because I knew I wasn't going to get it right. So I struggled to describe and verbalize an appropriate response to the task. I was unprepared, so I just tried to approach it logically. And my favorite one here, I thought I could use common sense, but I actually had no idea how to answer it. I just tried my best. So this is when they completed those tasks before going through the training. After going through the training and completing those tasks again 1 month later, here were their feelings. I felt prepared, confident, and ready. I vividly remember one manager's response to this activity during the last training. So that helped me remember what I learned. So these are some tangible tools that the Management Cues program incorporates for making sure that we have long-term retention of the material, and it worked. I remembered how to tackle this because the way the scenario was taught was compelling. It was written like a story. The first time I answered this task, I thought that it was okay because the manager decided to do this. But based on the training, I learned that it is not okay. I learned this in the training session and used the knowledge from the booklets. The trainer trained us and explained a lot of these things to us, so I remembered everything and it was very easy. And lastly, it was pretty easy because I took the training last month. The first time I answered this task, it was completely new, but the trainer explained it so well that I directly used what I learned in the workshop to tackle this task. So here we have a look at the qualitative feelings, the qualitative responses from the managers that went through the training and that performed these assessment tasks. Now getting to the business outcomes. So here we have the logging error KPI. So this KPI has to do with how often the team members of these managers make logging errors when they log in information to their software system. So this result showed that this specific KPI that needs to be as low as possible did consistently decrease over the 6 months of the training program. So here's what it looks like. We want this KPI to be ideally at 0. So this is a positive result that this logging error KPI decreased consistently over the 6 months of the program, going from 4% to 2.3%. And this was a decrease of 42%. So now let's do a quick recap of the results. First, the homework scores. Managers scored an average 89% on their homework assessments. 2, the self-assessment, the performance tasks that they had to complete based on real-life scenarios. They performed statistically significantly better, and the average was a positive 235% change. The brain-based metrics, cognitive states statistically significantly improved on average, plus 175% change. For managers, self-reported preparedness also significantly increased, except for the first workshop. So here showing how unprepared they were and how unaware of it they were. An average increase of 63%. And their qualitative feedback that showed drastic improvement and feeling that drastic improvement. And lastly, this business outcome that consistently improved throughout the program with an average improvement of 42%. So now let's head into the correlations between all of these data sets that we were able to collect, from the brain-based metrics to the work performance to their self-reported evaluation. So here let's look at the correlation between the brain-based metrics and their self-reported preparedness to tackle the tasks. So here, first, mental fatigue. The more prepared the managers felt to tackle tasks, the less mentally fatigued they were during those tasks. And here is the direct correlation that was actually statistically significant. So the more prepared they were, the less mentally fatigued they were. Now for cognitive stress. The more prepared the managers felt to tackle the tasks, the less stressed they were while completing them. Here again is the graph of that correlation. This correlation was again statistically significant. And so this is a positive result. The more prepared, the less stressed they were. Now for engagement, attention, and focus, the more prepared the managers were, the more engaged they were during the tasks. Here again, a positive correlation with statistical significant result. And last but not least, cognitive load. Cognitive load means mental effort. So basically, how much effort they needed to exert to complete a task. And simply put, the easier the task, the lower the cognitive load. So here, the more prepared managers felt, the less cognitive load they had during the task. So this is a positive result, here again with statistical significance, because the more prepared they were, the less cognitive load they had to exert from a neuroscientific perspective, which means that even though the task was the exact same, it was actually easier for them to complete it. So now let's correlate our non-neuroscientific data sets. The preparedness that was self-reported and their objective performance and the objective accuracy and scores on their real-life scenario tasks. The more prepared they felt to tackle the tasks, the better they performed. And this was an amazing result, almost a one-to-one correlation, and obviously here with statistical significance. So now that we've correlated the neuroscience data set with the self-preparedness data set, here we've correlated the self-preparedness data set with the performance data set. So now intuitively, if we compare the neuroscience with the performance, we imagine to see similar results. And it is exactly what we saw. So I'll quickly go through these, all of these again with statistical significance. The more fatigued, mentally fatigued the managers felt, the worse they performed. The more stressed the managers felt, the worse they performed. The more engaged they were during the tasks, the better they performed. And the more cognitive load they had during the task, the more effort they had to exert, the harder the task felt, and the worse they performed. So here's now a quick recap of all of these correlations. First, we'll correlate all three data sets: the neuroscience, the self-reported preparedness, and the objective performance. Bring these all together first for mental fatigue. The more prepared managers felt to tackle tasks, the less mentally fatigued they were during those tasks, the better they performed on them. Now for cognitive stress, the more prepared managers felt, the less stressed they were while completing the tasks, the better they performed. For engagement, the more prepared they were, the more engaged they were during the task, the better they performed. And lastly, for cognitive load, the more prepared they were, the less cognitive load they had, the better they performed. So that is a full recap of our correlations between our three main data sets. So now let's go into the impact that this has had on our client management cues and some tangible recommendations for all of you today to incorporate into your businesses. So here, let's start with recapping the results. So homework scores increased by on average 89%. Managerial performance increased by 235%. Mental wellness metrics on average improved by 175%. Going into each of our four metrics, mental fatigue decreased by 46%, stress decreased by 250%, engagement increased by 300%, and cognitive load decreased by 115%. Now for the self-reported evaluation, the self-reported preparedness to tackle tasks, their readiness for these tasks increased on average by 63%. And this change was statistically significant for all but the first workshop. So here, with this managerial performance result, we understand how unprepared the managers were before the training. With this self-report result, we see how unaware of their unpreparedness the managers were. And lastly, the business outcome with the logging error KPI improving by 42%. So that is a full recap with visuals of the quantitative results of our study. Now for the tangible takeaways. So directly from the brain, Neuron proved quantitatively, objectively, and in real time that the management cues training program statistically significantly improved the manager's behavioral abilities, cognitive abilities, and their managerial objective performance. For correlations, we're able to prove the initial observation that we had from the interviews. From those interviews, people leaders told us that they believe that the source cause of employee problems is the employee mental well-being. Now we have the quantitative neuroscientific brain-based proof of that. We are able to prove that mental wellness and cognitive states are statistically significantly correlated with self-reported preparedness and objective managerial performance. So now let's go into the impact that we've had on our client. This has organically boosted our client's monthly sales leads by 2,400%. So here, with these results, our client made neuroscience the unique value proposition and competitive advantage of their company. They have redesigned their website, adding our quantitative results on the front page, adding our seal of approval proven by Neuron on their homepage as well, with a huge proven by neuroscience banner, making neuroscience the core and the main advantage that the company has, because this today is the only company in the market that has neuroscientific evidence and validation of the effectiveness of what they do. So this has led to a 2,400% organic increase in their monthly sales leads. And this number is by comparing the 8 months before releasing the results of the study compared to the 2 months after the results of the study. And the average of those led to this 2,400% increase in monthly sales leads completely organically. So no paid ads. We just did heavy marketing push when we released the results, with a lot of LinkedIn posts, a lot of free webinars, LinkedIn live events. And so all organically, 2,400% increase in monthly sales leads. And here's what our client has to say. Partnering with Neuron has been a game changer for us. It delivered proven quantitative validation and resulted in an extraordinary boost in lead generation, unlike anything we've seen in 3 years in business. So here's the impact that all of those results have had from a business perspective and a sales perspective on our client. So it proved to have a huge ROI on the initial investment that they made in our program. And so based on all of our results, here are tangible recommendations for you to implement today. So A, your managers in your company are unprepared for their managerial tasks and they're unaware of it. So in order to mitigate risk, you should today make sure that your managers get training. B, we've proven that to improve managers' readiness for their tasks and their performance on their managerial tasks, you can improve their mental wellness. And so one way we've proven you can do that is by booking this Management Cues training program. This training program is now proven to improve your manager's mental wellness when it comes to performing these managerial tasks. So Management Cues improves managers' mental wellness when they're performing their everyday managerial tasks. So then you might ask, what about the rest of my workforce, all of my other employees who are not managers? Well, for that, I've told you about our Neuron training program. Neuron's training will improve all employees' mental wellness and cognitive states by training managers and executives and teaching them the best workplace strategies proven by neuroscience research. So we teach how to build trust, confidence, and give effective feedback to these managers for that to ricochet and go down the hierarchy to improve mental wellness and mental health for all employees. So here, the last recommendation is for the study service that we're able to provide to Management Cues and the huge boost and impact that it had on their sales. On your end, if your company claims to improve mental wellness, whether it's through a meditation app, a dietary supplement, or any other product or service, if you claim and the value proposition you provide is improving mental wellness, then our neuroscience study service will boost your revenue by proving your claims with quantitative, objective, and neuroscientific brain-based evidence. So if you're interested in our training program for improving your employees' mental wellness, or in our neuroscience study service for proving the effectiveness of your product and thereby boosting your sales and revenue, then please reach out to me. And so that brings us to the end of the presentation. Again, mental wellness quantified is our motto, and our purpose is translating brainwaves into impact. So I'll put here again the QR code for you all to connect with me on LinkedIn. Happy to connect with you, whether it's to chat more about the study, chat more about our services. So please feel free to reach out.
Amazing. I mean, you know what the most interesting thing I love about this, about the things you do, is our brain is so tricky. Like very often our own brain tricks us. And it's I believe for the more positive business outcomes, we definitely have to have a tool that would, you know, help us to develop a better sense of what's actually going on. And you mentioned very important things. You mentioned like creativity, you know, less, the thing is, the metrics you develop during your studies is actually extremely important from the innovation perspective, like to make people the actual progress at the workplace, to make people actually more happy at the workplace, and that's imperative. That's imperative in the current life environment, the current situation, and. That's the thing that you mentioned. Long-term metrics for the businesses. It's I believe something that every single business have to simply be aware of. Yes. So my question is, I know that you made several studies, and do you have any maybe understanding in terms of demographics? Do you know, like, for whom it works? Like, did you have a focus on the specific industries? Do you know it's applicable for the specific, direction to specific industry, or is it just applicable for any? Can you please comment?
Of course. So the most common application of our study service is definitely the wellness industry. So again, these products that claim they improve mental wellness, and that's their main value proposition. So meditation apps or dietary supplement, the claim that they make is we improve your calm or we improve your focus. And so that is the main industry that can leverage our study service in terms of getting the hard brain data that proves the effectiveness for them to then use for marketing purposes to gain trust from their clients. Because other than this data, a lot of the times the evidence that they provide are quotes or testimonials from their users or their clients. That's what this client management queues had before they came to us. The issue that they had is when they went to clients and tried to sell their program, the clients would get back to them and be like, there's so many training companies out there. Why would I trust that yours works? And the only thing that they could provide them were the quotes and testimonials from prior clients. But that is, again, subjective, it's qualitative, and it's retrospective. And what company doesn't have quotes that says that what they do is great? So that's not really a differentiator. But this brain-based effectiveness, directly collecting brain waves and quantifying these mental wellness states, that is the way to differentiate yourself, stand out from the competition, and gain trust from your potential customers.
Absolutely. I believe that's absolutely the future of ours. Anyhow, guys, Dr. Tsui, Dr. Jeff, do you have any questions? So go ahead. I mean, yes, I unmute you.
Oops, you unmuted me and I muted myself. Okay, great. It's great to be able to reduce the barrier of access to neural signals for companies. And this also seems like a great business model as well. One question is, I noticed there's a band on some of the pictures and a cap in the video. So are you going between products, or what the?
Yeah, we're a software company, not a hardware company. So we don't manufacture or create our own headsets. The value proposition and the competitive advantage of our software is that it works with all existing headsets. And so we have different headsets in the deck to show that it works with no matter what headset you use. When it comes to our study service, when we collect our own data, we use a research grade 8-channel head cap, and that's the full head cap that you saw. So for example, this study, even though it was in a corporate setting, in the business world, going into the office of this company, we still wanted to be as scientifically rigorous as possible. And so we didn't settle for just a consumer headband. There we went all in and went with our research grade head cap. So when we conduct our studies, we use the head cap, but then when other companies collect their own data, they can use any headset available on the market, and they'll still be able to leverage our algorithm.
I see. So kind of on a follow-up, you would have to kind of realign your kind of software to each type of headband in order to get the more accurate results, which then kind of leads to the next question. How accurate is it for a single result, right? You want to know if a single interaction happened, because there's going to be some noise in the EEG. That's just the nature of things. How accurate, do you have a quantification of how accurate that would be for that single instance?
Yeah, so we're right now conducting our validation study for our algorithm. And so that's a study where we're having subjects perform tasks that induce the cognitive states that we quantify. So the simplest example is cognitive load, so mental effort. The gold standard task to induce that is literally mental math. And so we have them perform easy mental math, which is like single digit, like 3 + 2, 9 - 1. And so that's low cognitive load. And so they wear the headset while doing that. And so we expect our algorithm to output a low percentage. And then they do the same thing with 3-digit or 2 digits, 392 - 27. So just objectively harder tasks. So higher cognitive load. And so we expect our algorithm to output a higher percentage score. So we don't have the results from that yet. We're still in the very early process of that study. We've just finished designing it. So we don't have the accuracy result yet. But what you mentioned before that was about the different headsets and how we tailor our algorithm to it. So the software platform that we have, you upload the data file. So that's just the EEG data. And then we also have parameters for you to input. Those parameters are the properties of the headset. So the sampling rate of the headset, the number of electrodes on the headset that you use, and the electrode channels that you used. And so based on those pieces of information, that's basically all we need to know about the headset that you used to be able to tailor our analysis algorithm to those specific input metrics.
Yes, that's amazing. The thing is, we have to let Geoff talk about his business because we got a little bit confused with the time. He was thinking that 1 p.m. It's Eastern time, but we're in the Pacific time. So we got a little bit confused time-wise. So we have to let Geoff on the stage. But anyhow, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time, Suleiman, because I believe that's the future and that's amazing. And the thing is, we definitely have to track. They have to track our brain activities because otherwise we are literally lost. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, thank you so much for hosting and for having me.
See you soon.
Suleiman, I love what you're doing.
Okay. Let me give a little bit introduction to the to what Geoff is actually going to present us, because that's absolutely amazing thing. So Supermind. So Geoff is actually a creator of the method appearing science augmented neuroplasticity that balances the brain and body and empowering people to take control of each day in live consciously in the present. Well, the thing is, I was actually the idea that you already had and you have so many clients and you already helped so many people, that's impressive. And the thing is, a lot of people simply have no idea, absolutely no idea how powerful this tool. And the thing is, you know that I already tested, the amount of people we'll see watching is actually not accurate. So we don't actually know how many people is watching us. It's one thing. And another thing, it's going to be in the record and, you know, people will watch it later because, you know, we're all busy and it's Thursday, for God's sake. Anyhow, amazing work, very impressed. Let's put you on a stage.
All right, great. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my slide deck and so I can share the screen. But thank you so much for including me. I'm really glad to be here with you and to be able to, you know, quickly present what we will be doing. Oh, it says I have no slides. So I'm not sure I can present. Oh, I'll do my computer. How's that? Upload file. Is that on the screen now? All right, well, whoops. I can't hear you. Are you talking to me? All right, well, I guess I'll just proceed as if I'm on the screen.
Yes, you're on the screen and your presentation is on the screen.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. All right. So we are Supermind, and what we are doing is helping people be in charge of their own nervous system. Much like Solomon was saying, it's very, very important for us to be able to analyze brainwaves from an objective view. And a little background in this is that I have been a serial entrepreneur all my life and a counselor and helping lots of people improve their lives. And I found the neuroscience in 2007. And when I found the neuroscience, I started all this really because I was suffering. I had severe depression, I had anxiety attacks, sleep issues, and addiction issues. And so it was very hard for me to keep showing up and doing what I had to do. And I tried to get help from all over the place, and I could not get the help that I needed. And so as I proceeded in my life helping people, and I started studying the neuroscience of the brain through neurofeedback. And I brought the neurofeedback into our center. And I quickly discovered that, you know, the world of neurofeedback doesn't have a metrics for objective analysis of mental states. Much like Solomon was saying, they have their own algorithms. We have also created our algorithms for objective measurement of mental states. And we use that in the therapeutic program. And that was my number one job when I came in, was to create a process where the data that I was getting could be looked at objectively. And that's the first thing I did. I did that in 2008. And as we continued, I've helped over 3,000 people change their lives using this objective analysis of the brainwaves as the guiding feature of our therapy program. Our program is a brainwave-driven therapeutic process that integrates cognitive behavior therapy with mindfulness exercises and the neurofeedback. This process is really holistic, and so it helps lots of different people with lots of different problems. It's really about understanding where there are different levels of their psyche, the unconscious, subconscious, and conscious, are at ends with it themselves, where they're having unconscious or subconscious sabotage, or if there is a trauma that creates a neural pathway or neuropathic pattern that causes them to have lots of anxiety, sleep issues, depression, and PTSD, the nervous system shows that in the brainwave data. And so we have created treatment plans that are derived from a standardized educational curriculum, which means that when they come in, they're actually thinking the same things throughout the educational curriculum. So everybody goes through the same lesson plan, basically. And that lesson plan guides a person through mindfulness-based stress reduction practices and mindfulness-based self-hypnosis programming to be able to guide their nervous system to function the way they want. So we're increasing people's agency over their own nervous system and then guiding them about what they can do with that. A lot of you may be very aware of self-directed neuroplasticity, and this is really a big part of our program, is understanding that neuroplasticity, the fact that our brains and our bodies are changing, is happening every day. And if we're not in charge of it, who is? Unfortunately, it means the world, the life around you, is in charge of directing the neuroplastic change that's happening in your body. And so as we were able to analyze the brainwaves and use that as the guiding factor, that objective data gives us a direct ability to help people understand the original cause and the current cause of all sorts of mental issues and mental illnesses and mental disorders. And then we use the neurofeedback with a thought pattern that's integrated. So we're doing a true mind and body change therapy. And our data shows that 90% of our patients have clinically meaningful improvements in the areas like depression, anxiety, and PTSD. We're also improving cognitive function, focus. We also help with lots of other mental health issues. We are really helping people live addiction-free, people coming in who have tried 6 and 7 alcohol and drug rehabs, and they come to us, and after that, they're addiction-free. We have had just tremendous results because it is a brainwave data program. We're using objective data to understand where a person is and then guide them through the process of change using the objective data to understand how well they are progressing. So it's kind of like the GPS for your car, right? I like to call it the brainwave system, right? The brainwave training system that tracks, it's the brainwave tracking system that tracks how your brainwaves are ruling your life and then teaching you how to be in charge of programming your unconscious and subconscious brainwaves to support the life that you want. And I'm very interested to speak with Solomon about their objective algorithms for objective analysis of brainwaves, because I like to compare those to ours, and maybe we can work together to improve how well they show everybody's feeling and their happiness and stability. So anyway, I have been running this practice here in Miami, Florida since 2007 and had thousands of people come through, where we are teaching them through mindfulness practices and intentionally mapping the brain regions for specific types of those mindfulness practices. So there's areas of the brain that are a lot more involved with the cognitive processing than the sensory processing. So it's important to integrate whatever you're working on with the right area of the brain and the right level of the mind. And we have created all the algorithms and programming to be able to do that. And so we start with this brainwave mapping. And from the mapping, we can identify, and this is much of what Solomon was talking about, the levels of anxiety, the levels of focus, concentration, ADD, ADHD issues, sleep issues.
Joe, I have a very, I'm sorry for the interruption. The thing is, we don't see changes in the slides.
Oh, okay.
And it seems like you are showing something, we don't see what you're showing.
Okay.
That's the thing. So,
Uh-oh. What slide is on your, well, let me, if I jump out, hold on a second. Let me get, I was in the slideshow. I thought you were seeing the slide deck.
and also, can you see the slides? Let me know in the private chat. Can you see it on? So what I understood is, can you click on
I'm going to try to do
add to
this.
stage? You see the windows down there? Just click on add on stage your presentation.
It says present on my screen.
And okay, so did you click on it? Because we don't see the presentation, your version. Because I have your version, but it looks like you can't work with it.
How's that? Is that helpful? Is it showing it now?
No, it's not.
It's not.
Oh, okay, so give me a second. So did you? So I can add your presentation. Can you see your presentation now? On the screen?
Yes. Okay, great.
And click on next slide. Can you click on the next slide on the screen?
It doesn't show up on my screen.
Yes, do you have to like click on it to see the slide? You will not see it. You have to
I see the Supermind slide. I don't see the next slide. Interesting. Okay. Well, if you could just keep going. Can you, somebody's changing the slides.
Okay, which slide, on which slide are you supposed to be?
I'm on slide 5.
Okay, good. Let me know when you have to change a slide then.
Okay, sounds great. All right, well, it's hard to see on the screen, but on this slide, these are the different placements for the QEEG we performed. And in this, the different levels of the Fourier formula is applied to the raw EEG data to break it down into the different frequency bands that you see on these charts. And so we're looking at the specific levels, and there's 2 columns for each area of the brain. The left column is the amplitude during the testing time, and then the percentages to the right is the proportion of that amplitude in that area of the brain. So in the front of the brain, which is where a lot of the cognitive function is happening, especially for behaviors, as Solomon was describing earlier, the deltas down at the bottom are driving the sub and unconscious drives, and the sub and unconscious psychological pushes for action. And so based on the data that we see, we can tell through the testing, very similar to what Solomon was doing, how a person might be driven to behave. And if it's more unconscious or if it's subconscious or more conscious. That's very evident because the brain waves don't lie. If there's if they're 30% beta brainwaves, then they're a lot more conscious. If it's 30% or 50% delta brainwaves, then their actions are driven 50% by their sub and unconscious. And so proportionately, the different brainwaves tell us exactly what's driving the actions of the person we're testing. So we can tell if they have performance anxiety or they have overall anxiety. And we're testing 14 different placements. We're doing over 220 different comparative analysis of the proportions of the different brain waves in the areas of the brain to understand the mental performance and function of the testing. We can also identify frustration and anger issues, eating and food issues, self-esteem issues. And so we also have the algorithms to look at this data and be able to analyze 14 different mental states, including the 4 that Solomon was talking about. So that's another reason why I'm excited about this great conference that you guys have put together, so that the minds like Solomon and our team can get together and start to work together to create a widely accepted standard of the objective analysis of mental states. This is the core of our mental, of our treatment program for mental wellness. So, I like that Solomon is saying the same thing I am saying, right? That objective analysis is easy to obtain directly from the brainwaves, then it cannot be argued because it's straight out of the nervous system. So go ahead and go to the next slide for me, please. So what we do is we have 60 minutes of cognitive behavior therapy. It's really neuropsycho education. It's really teaching people how to be aware of what they're doing, which is cognitive behavior, right? Therapy, and we're teaching them how to direct themselves to create their brain waves to support how they want to live their lives, which is why we've been so successful at helping people live anxiety-free and helping people live without depression and actually being able to live without the ongoing effect of PTSD. We're literally are helping people live PTSD free that have very definite and difficult PTSD as well as complex PTSD. So when they go through the 60 minutes of the cognitive behavior therapy, the treatment plan is 100% personalized by the brainwave data for the person. And then they have 60 minutes of biofeedback while doing the mindfulness-based stress reduction treatment protocol. They're receiving the biofeedback through headphones and visually on the computer screen in front of them. And this visual feedback teaches them how to control their own brainwaves so that people are no longer a victim to the nervous system or the entrainment of the nervous system by their past, which includes the epigenetics as well as what's happened in their lives. And so there have been study after study after study that proves that when people visualize how they want to function, that there's a very large percentage of people who are able to function the way they want in the future. And we've just been doing that in our offices for the last 17 years with thousands of people. And I can just tell you, it's true. We are now launching the clinical studies that Dr. Atchler was speaking of that are so important to prove the science. And those studies are going to be doing analysis of people, one in cognitive testing and in focus testing before, during, and after our treatment protocol. And they will be done by independent facilities. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is basically our curriculum. It's pretty simple that we guide people through. And they start with understanding neuroplasticity. If you're going to have self-directed neuroplasticity, it's important that you understand how it works and how it is driving your life. We are then teaching them how to create calmer, less stress, more focused, more peaceful brainwaves, and teaching them how to train their nervous system to do that for them automatically. Because the unconscious processes the sensory information of stimulus and builds in a reaction before we're even aware of it. And we can pre-program that to be processing in the manner that we would like. And that's what we teach in session 2. Session 3, we teach people how to create the brainwave patterns or the feelings that they would like. And so this is very important if you're going to be building, functioning a certain way, to know how to create the feeling and the neural pathways to support how you want to live your life. The next session, we're teaching people to understand that how you're functioning today and for the next 60 or 90 days actually trains your nervous system, which is all part of the neuroplasticity, to automatically function that way. So let's be mindful and intentional about how we treat ourselves so that we can be more intentional about how we deal with the world around us and treat the people around us. And so we call that being your own best friend. So these first 4 sessions are really helping people get ready to be able to make meaningful change. And session 5 is where we start to make that meaningful change. And in session 5, we are teaching a meditative technique to be able to undo the programming in our nervous system from our past and then begin to build the neural pathways for how we want to live our lives. And so session 5 is also for sleep, because the first 8 years of our life really have a big effect on how we sleep. And that's been proven in multiple studies. So the session 5 release we're working on is very focused on that first 8 years of our life and that area of our brain which develops, which is the occipital lobes. And as many people know, the PGO waves run sleep, and the O in PGO is occipital. And so as we help people release the things that are causing them to have anxiety, stress, sleep issues, their sleep improves. And on average, the sleep in our offices for our clients improved by 60%. So we take that sleep one step further in teaching people how to program their sleep. And so how we think we can direct our systems, how we want to rejuvenate, because that's what sleep is all about, is rejuvenating all of the systems of our body so that we can wake up fresh and ready for the next day. And so the next session is all about programming your sleep and practicing and paying attention to all the components of sleep so that you can optimize how well you sleep. Then session 7 is moving into using your mind to directly direct your body how you want it to function. And so this is a session where we help a lot of people reduce their pain on average by more than 55%. And so this release programming, and it's all fully integrated with the biofeedback. So as the person is going through the meditation techniques, the computer is targeting the right area of the brain, the right levels of the mind to guide the physical system to embody the ideas that the person is walking through in their mind. This is a fully integrated program. Session 8 is about shifting the unconscious focus from the Homo sapien drive of survival instincts, the herd instincts, the fight, flight, freeze, panic, into really moving into living and thriving, really living in 100% alignment and coherence with being true to themselves. Because the world has developed. And in the developed world, allowing that original framework of survival instincts to dictate how we navigate this world is causing a lot more problems than it is helping people. And so session 9 is about intentionally building your nervous system. And in this session, the clients are interacting with their brainwaves on a computer screen. So they can make them go up, make them go down, and they're able to do that by this time because they've had so much training with their brainwaves and their neuroplasticity to be able to live time affect it. So with that power, they then move into session 10 where they align their nervous system with their true goals and how they want to live their life. And this is the journey to full self-fulfillment. So in session 1, we are working on pretty much evenly 14 different areas of the brain and 12 different levels of the mind. Session 2, we're working a lot more on only 6 levels of the mind in the areas of the brain. In session 3, that is really only in the back of the brain, because you're directing the sensory and functional areas of the brain, not so much the executive functioning area of the brain in the front. So this is more focused on the back of the brain. In session 4, we're doing pretty much every area of the brain and very precise segments of the mind in each of the sessions that are integrated with the meditative practices that they're doing during the session. And each one of these sessions is between 11 and 12 exercises. Session 5 is focused on the occipital lobe. Section 6 is also focused on the temporal lobe, the parietal lobe, and the occipital lobe. Session 7 is focused on the parietal lobes, which a lot of people know is the mind-body connection. Session 8 is focused on the prefrontal cortex, the frontal cortex, and the somatomotor cortex, which a lot of people call the central lobe. The build your own nervous system, we're accessing 14 different areas of the brain, and the person is interacting and live time manipulating their own brain waves, seeing it happen on the screen. And this is really like the final handoff, where the nervous system starts to realize that the unconscious is no longer in charge of how we feel and function, that the conscious mind now can directly impact and have agency over the unconscious function. And then we move into aligning all of that with our own sense of purpose. And that, if you could go, I don't know actually if I have another slide. Do I have another slide? Great. So these are just some examples of the brainwave training, but this is performed simultaneously with the mindfulness practice, which is why it's so effective. So you start with a breathing exercise. We have our clients breathe in for the count of 3, hold their breath for 3, and then breathe out for the count of 3. And then we do a guided meditation, like practice feeling that you have nothing to worry about. Or cultivate the feeling of happiness from within. So happiness is no longer dictated by the external environment, that we can just create happiness because it happens on our neuropathways with the alpha waves and the gamma waves. So when you can activate those waves just by a thought pattern, your happiness is at your disposal. We can do visualizations to help activate and continue those thought patterns. And we do ongoing affirmations to build the positive belief systems at every level of our psyche. So those belief systems begin to affect how we digest our food, how we create our blood, how we process the air we breathe, and how we sleep, and how we focus, and how we react to what's happening around us. So that's basically our programming, and I'm really thankful that I could be here and be part of this great expo talking about promoting human brain health. And that's what our Supermind is all about. We're about unlocking the supermind in all of us to help people live a fulfilled, joyous, and free life. So do we move into questions or?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Give me a second. I'm trying to pull people who is currently here.
Oh, okay. Dr. Atchler's back. Hi.
Yeah, yes, there are actually, many of us. Anyhow, well, very impressive. Honestly, I believe that's a very important thing, like to talk about and understand. And the thing is, the entire idea that you're developing, helping people basically to get control of their own minds on a very deep scientific level. That's very important. The thing is, most of us, we don't know about the existence of those things. And the second, we have no idea how we actually can be in control of our own selves. And the most important thing is it depends on the environment. Most of us, because of all our senses, we're so attuned to the environmental changes, and that impacts us so badly. And very often we're suffering from the lack of the control of our own mind, because we have so many intruders, we have so many, people, influences, news, whatever going on up there. And the idea that you help people to train, that's amazing. And a little bit about, can you talk about scalability in terms of how many patients you usually have? Like, can, for example, psychiatrist take some of your, like, buy or whatever, some of your, applications, some of your methods? How do you work business-wise?
So we've been running our own wellness center for the last 17 years and helped thousands of people. In the last year and a half, we've been putting together the hardware and software packages to have a plug-and-play system for psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors, and coaches to be able to implement our programming in their offices. And that's one of the benefits having a standardized curriculum of the mindfulness-based training programming that is integrated with the neuroscience of the neurofeedback, so that all of the algorithms can track. And we're also analyzing the brainwaves between each one of those sessions to assure that the client is on the right track. And if they're not, there's built-in adjustments to help them get onto the right track. And so we've got a complete protocol that can be implemented in offices. We are currently have a doctor in New York who will be implementing a New York office through this, and we will be putting the information out there to have cohorts of people fly into our offices for the training and to get their equipment to take to their offices and be able to run our programming wherever they want. And we will have ongoing monitoring centralized from our facility of the brainwaves to assure that every person who's going through the program is getting the best possible outcome.
Give me a second. Yes, thank you so much. Dr. Tsui, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
I can only ask a brief question. I hope there's no echoes in the background and stuff like that. I got a lot of things going on. So my questions are similar to the previous talk. How accurate is the system? How accurate is it in the, for like this specific, instance, right? And how do you deal with that?
So we are just now launching our studies. We're right in the middle of the first IRB. Actually, it's our second, and we did one a couple of years ago. And then we're going to be launching a study with a local university to prove accuracy. However, how do you tell accuracy of objective data? You got to do it through just subjective data, which then is like, oh, that's kind of questionable. However, when you take the same brainwave patterns or algorithms, it's not just a pattern, because my way of understanding the mental states from the brainwaves is a proportional analysis. So understand, if you're 50% alpha waves, you're a pretty happy person. If you're 12% alpha waves, well, I don't know. You're probably not that happy. Well, actually, you're not. Now, it also depends where those brainwaves are and the proportion of those brainwaves with the other areas of the brain. And so we've been studying that with thousands of people. So the only way that we can prove that it's accurate is having multiple people with the same brainwave objective data giving us the same subjective answer. And that's the studies that we're embarking on. Yeah. And so I'm going to be doing that with literally, my first study is 225 people where we'll be doing that analysis. And then we're going to be doing blocks of hundreds, 100 people where 50 will be going through our program, and 50 will be going through cognitive behavior therapy, or they'll be going through some other kind of therapy. That's for our effectiveness of our program. However, for the accuracy, I'm going to have to just keep doing studies, right? And when I can get, I don't know what the number is. I don't know if you do. Maybe you can tell me. But I figure if I get 5,000 or 10,000 people with the same proportional analysis of anxiety giving me the same subjective answer, I would say it's pretty accurate. Yeah. In my offices, which I know doesn't necessarily count, everybody who comes in goes through a mapping, and we give them a numerical scoring, and that has been proving to be very accurate. I don't know the percentage of accuracy. Typically, I would say it's 85, 90% accurate based on the subjective data. That's all I can say. I mean, unless what may happen soon is Suleiman has an objective analysis. I have an objective analysis. Maybe we could put those against each other. That way you'd have two objective scalings.
Here we go. Yes, that's I truly believe that's a future.
Yeah, I'm working on that part. You're right. Look, I built the business to help people. I really wasn't all that concerned about proving anything. And now it's time for me to prove it. So I'm working on it right now.
Well, the thing is, we have to come together more often, because the thing is, people don't know us and they don't know what to expect. And the thing is, we just have to gather people more often. In this case, we will have a better traction in terms of audience. Anyhow, I know that we got a little bit confusion in terms of Eastern time, Pacific time. And yes, we have Roman is waiting. He was scheduled for 11 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, and I know that you have to go, and I know that we're perfectly on time, and you're going to be on time in your next meeting. And promise me to come back as soon as possible, because we will do more events, and we have to do it more often. And the thing is, we just have to engage audience and bring people together. People simply don't know what to expect, and they're busy with all.
Can you also connect all of us? Because I'd love to talk to Dr. Atchler about helping us prove, and because he's very knowledgeable in that area. So I'd love to coordinate our efforts.
Yes, we have to bring speaking. Yes, we have to schedule in that next meeting as soon as possible. Anyhow, thank you so much. It was a pleasure. And talk soon. Okay, so I know that we have to let Dr. Zvi go, right? Are you busy? Are you going to leave us, right? And you're going to come back, right?
Yes, I'm going to leave briefly.
Okay, got you. So we have our next speaker. Let me give a brief introduction, because I love to give introduction to people. Anyhow, it was a very interesting conversation I had, and it was the entire idea. I met and I found Roman Sullivan, who is going to be our next speaker. It's actually a very, how can I say? It's for the reason. And things he does is very important, and I think we have to listen to it, because what he does, he focuses on the long-term motivations, and he creates spaces for collaborations, for networking, that keep not just help with optimization of the performances, but also with mental well-being. His company called Monatomy. And please welcome Roman Sullivan. And now he's going to, I'm getting to the stage, Roman. Give me a second.
Hi.
There you go. Here you go. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you for making it. I know that's hard.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes. What about your presentation? Is it working? It's up there? Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Just you can add it to the stage and we can start. Yes, you can just you can click on add to stage. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Let me know that, yes, just let me know that everything works. Can you change the slides? Test it.
I think yes.
I don't see any movement in the terms of slides wise?
By the way,
Yes, good. I'm leaving.
Okay, great. So, hi everybody. Hi everyone. Today I would like to speak more about practice, more about real life experience, more than theoretical ones. So that's because I have a background in practical part of habits and education, especially online educational approaches. And what I have to say, according to neuroscience and brain science that we are talking about during this symposium, that we have to deal with our animal brain. When we're talking about big corporations or remote teams or kind of that, we becomes more separate from each other. So we have a lot of technologies, we have a lot of connection technologies like chats, like emails, like different kind of presentations that we have together. But physically, we becomes far every decade. So, and we becomes more alone when we are in working process. So, but we are social animals and we need to support each other. We need to feel that we are needed, that we are important, that we can do something valuable, and so on. So the big companies today are struggling with several different problems with its employees, such as burnout, stress, and poor team cohesion. I'm focusing on these main strugglings of remote teams that any well-being app or well-being solution like platform or something trying to resolve. Well, they're trying, but numbers show us that the problem is growing. If we're talking about the most popular well-being topics, we can talk about stress, mastery, motion control, like time management, boosting creativity, dopamine balance, and so on. So there is no any secrets here. I'm not talking about these topics deeply today. I'm more into people behavior and employee behavior. So how can we change the behavior? Why we have to change it this way? This is not my expertise. So it's more about like people like Andrew Huberman and other guys. So we work mostly with basic behavior like sleep well, like nutrition with fiber-rich and pro and prebiotics products and so on. So very basic stuff that will be helpful for most people. But how we can have these habits? How can we adopt these habits together? Sure, all these topics are connected with productivity, with how people feel together when they're working, they're building together, when they collaborate, and so on. So it's really important for business for making business, for making effective teams who will go somewhere with any goals together and have to be connected. And what means being connected? It means being connected not only with working stuff, but more about emotionally connected, being involved to lifestyle of each other. But how it's possible when the team all over the world and work remotely? This challenge for the future of business could be resolved if we agree that we understand some, well, secrets, but not secrets. It's more about science. So the first that I would like to mention is people learn best from people, not from tech or AI or something like this. So today, when AI becomes more popular as an assistant, as a tool that we can use to boost our productivity, we also can understand that AI is not a teacher. So the best teacher for us is a society. When we are becomes a part of any team, become a part of any society, we start learning their rules and their rituals and their norms of behavior. And following with these norms and these rules is much more important for our human being, for our social animal, that's any other stuff. So that's really important that healthy habits, for example, is the part of the culture. So it's kind of the rules. So it's much better to be on the company, to work at the company where it's not, there is not a rule to smoke, or there's not a rule to drink alcohol or something. It's not a part of the culture. So if it's not a part of the culture, you will be not addicted with some kind of bad habits or something. If it's not a part of the culture to work too much, so you will not face any strugglings with burnout or something like this. So if the company is trying to implement healthy and sustainable approach for employee health, it will be possible to make mindfulness team that will be more productive and more efficient, and they will be more loyal to this company. So the company could have this value and could provide this value to its employer. So our research showed that we have 60% higher retention from our methodics because the connection between people is really important for them. So because people would like to talk to each other, would like to learn from each other. We don't have any kind of professional moderator or some kind of professors or professional experts and speakers inside. People learn from people. It's a peer-to-peer approach. That's because people trust other people who tried something and can share their experience. It will be more close to this community than any experts that talking something through YouTube or any book or something. That's people who are live the same life day by day and could be the great example in real life. And another point is you can discuss everything that you can use that working or that you have to stop using because it's not works any approach or any tip or any life hack, and you have every time for discuss it with your team. So another one very important thing and insight that we discovered with our company is that behavior is programmable. So when we talking about programming behavior, we're talking mostly about cognitive behavior therapy and the principles that helps people to correct their loop that connected with the trigger, action, and reward. So it's possible to hack this behavior, and that is why it's so easy to see improvements really fast. So when people trying to change their triggers, it's quite hard. But when they're trying to change their actions after triggers, it's possible and it works. For example, if someone struggling with scrolling and he or she can find that the reason of the scrolling was tons of notification and unuseful notification from different apps, and after that this trigger could be deleted, that could be removed from your life. It's easy and technically possible, and it gives you a lot of value immediately. Or if we're talking about making your phone a boring stuff, turn it off, turn the black and white mode on the phone, and so on. So different tricks could be tried in a group, and when you're trying to add something new into your life style with other bodies, and when it's not a crowd, or if it's like 10 people and you can talk with each and you can see what problems he have or she have trying the same life hack, and you can discuss once a week what's going on and what helps. And the last one, but really important, is that health is a game. If we talking about health, from my childhood, I believe that it's something that's really very sophisticated, that only people who have 10 or more years of special education can talk something and understand something about health, because it's really sophisticated how our bodies and our mind works, and what is it overall, and how it's built with the cells, and what the process inside the cells going on, and so on. But if we can imagine that we have some kind of game with the rules that most of scientists decide that these rules are works and these rules are helpful, like we have to use 20 minutes physical activity every day, we have to sleep well, at least 7 hours, we have to eat more fiber, we have to, and so on and so on. So we know a lot of this basic stuff that's helpful for most people, and scientists agree with them, with these points. But the problem that people don't use it, don't do that, don't behave themselves this way. And the only way that's really helps people to try new behavior, it's a social norm and the social ritual that people are ready to do together because they understand why they do that, because they believe that it's really helpful, that it's safe, and so on. So how this cycle works? To break the loop, there are different approach we have, but we're talking about one of them today. That's proved approach I used for different kind of educational models. One of them was for woman executive program. So it was built with the groups of women who learned different business topics together, learned from each other, and so on. Another example of implementing this approach was a coding school where developers worked together and they coded together, they co-pilot to each other, and it was also great engagement using this approach. Now we are using this behavioral pattern in health, and that's how it works. So we blend group cognitive behavior therapy, evidence-based medicine, and gamification for that. And it's based on weekly ritual where people in the small group, and this is really important, the group could be not that big, less than 15 people inside, so anyone could be possible to understand who others, how they behave themselves, what they do, what mistakes they have, what thoughts they have, how they feel, and so on. And once a week, our participants synchronizing with each other. So they discuss the scientific insight they have once a week. They discuss the progress of the task they have for the week, and they discuss the feelings they have, everything that they would like to discuss and everything that they would like to share with each other. And this process is fully automatical, and we have 5 questions for each call. And these questions based that way that people becomes more connected when they answer these questions. These questions are preliminarily developed and put it into the schedule of and agenda of the call. And every participant have in the chat the link how to connect with others. The day, let's see the process how to choose the best day for everyone, whenever, from where they come, from which country or time zone or something. So what else we have to talk about? The real problem that we have faced when we started to discover how we can change the behavior of teams to more healthy behavior is that people really want to share something that not connected to work. When people create something together or collaborate around any topic. They need anything else that is not connected directly into their their productivity or to their KPIs that connected to their job. They need something else. They need any other experience that makes them better some way. And when we choose health, it's great because it's helpful anyway. It's helpful for anyone, and it becomes some kind of social glue. So people becomes connected to each other around health topics. So they have up-to-date information about health, about last studies, and about everything that really works and proved. So it's evidence-based medicine. And they have the opportunity to talk about that. And they becomes the trendsetters from others, from their network, from their society. So they can provide the fresh ideas around cognitive health, mental health, and other ones. And they train their cognitive system by timing their animal brain. That's how it works. And at the end, I would like to mention that you are what you share. And I would like to highlight this statement because when we are shared just working topics, when we work together as a team, we becomes just a function to each other. When we share something that talks more about our personality, about our lifestyle, we become something more than a function for each other. And it makes the company and the team more healthier and more connected around, not only around job, around their working topics. Well, that's it. I'm ready to answer some questions if you have.
Yeah, of course I do have. I always do have questions. You asked the wrong person. So the thing is, and for me, it's not completely clear how does it work. I mean, so it's basically some methodology that you're working like person to person, or it's some sort of a network. Like, how does it work? How, for example, me, I would like to use this method. What are those steps that I can, do to get?
Yeah, sure. The real example could be like a remote worker, if they're 30s, find endless scrolling is struggling, affecting their time. Okay. Mm-hmm. They have a group. It could be a chat in any messenger that company uses, whatever, Slack, Telegram, WhatsApp, whatever. And we have a user, our programmable user. It could be, for example, a bot that connects to this chat and create events there, provide their theory block once a week, and organize the meetings that have rules and have a self-moderation system. And overall, we have a reward system that works through all social transactions. So we count any message inside the chat, we count any reaction, we count any task solving and poll participation and so on. So
so basically it's engagement. It's engagement techniques for so it's suitable basically for not just for personal tasks. It's basically for corporations as well. It's like basically employee engagement.
Well, we have both. We have business to business solutions and business to customers. So at the customer, you can be part of any team.
Do you have any data supporting the idea that it make positive influence on the businesses? Do you have any anything to support this idea?
You mean some proofs that this approach works for B2B?
For business, yes.
Yeah. I would like to highlight that any company in well-being, in corporate well-being, have a great-looking numbers that business have something from their programs, but it's really hard to count it. So what we count and what we can provide to HRDs or any team leads, they can see in real-time mode any social transaction. So you can see how people becomes more connected around health topic and what the progress of the group. It could be anonymous or it could be public. It depends on settings, but you can see real engagement this way. And on other hand, you can see the real impact because we have a synchronization once a week and people tells everything that they feel and it's all recorded and measured. So yeah, we have tested this program with several clients. One of them tested our stress-free program. And yeah, we have a great progress inside. And when we're talking about program for customers, not for business teams, we tested it with the cutting sugar program. More than 80% of participants cut it down their sugar. More than 50% who was a participant totally cut it down sugar, and more than 80% for minimum. So they don't use sugar anymore.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, important, very important thing. You know what? You mentioned very important thing. You mentioned the the cultural differences. Well, for some of us, especially for some of us who moved from, who immigrated from the natural environment, let's put it this way, living in the other side, living abroad is actually very stressful. And we know that United States is very known for the multicultural environments that sometimes create a lot of obstacles in terms of efficiency of the team, in terms of making a progress, not just business-wise, not just in terms of creating a good team, business-wise also. The entire idea that you actually addressing this issue via work, that's very important. I really want to emphasize this because it's very important, especially in the United States environment. Can you please comment on the subject matter? Do you have any particular maybe case studies or maybe some really life experience dealing with multicultural maybe conflicts or whatever it is, or maybe just stress, depressions involved? Can you just comment? Maybe you have something from your experience and from the work, some case. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's exactly what one of our angel investor from Meta company asked us first time. Because he said that he have in his team, he is a developer, and he has at his team people from different cultures. They work at New York, and in their office there is absolutely multicultural team, So it was one of the most important feature for them. Can we do something with this between cultural gap or not? Well, I would say that works. And how that works? When you see the different take on some topic, for example, for nutrition or morning ritual, and other people see how real life examples from different people with different background living in the same city or in different cities, when people see how others deal with this topic, with this issue, with this problem, it helps anyone to find their own approach and to find their own personal life hack that really works. But it's really important to understand how other organize their lives. So yeah, that makes people more connected. It's one of the bases of the program, because in this case, people wants to be healthier, to stay part of this healthier community.
Question. I would like give me a second. I keep unmuting myself. Anyhow, another very important question is: do you implement any tests? You know that nowadays, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have really mental health crisis. We don't know how the current situation. We have so many things that actually made significant changes in the way we interact with the world, and it impact us. Our mental health badly. And the thing is, the rise, we see serious rise of the real mental health disorders. I'm not talking about something, anxiety. We're talking about really serious mental diseases, neurological diseases. Cole actually mentioned, addiction, more serious things that actually can interrupt, seriously interrupt personal life, professional life. And the thing is, what I know, from my professional experience, from the feedbacks I get, the environments get more dangerous. Very often you interact with people and you don't know what kind of stage, what kind of disease they have. Some have neurological diseases. I literally was communicating with one person, and after only several months, I figured out that the person has actually Parkinson's disease, and I was shocked. The thing is, do you have any tests or whatever implemented in your methodics that would test, track, or see if this person is developing or on a certain stage of the real mental health disorder?
Yeah, it's really important topic. So now we work with just very common things. We not work with real diseases, but approach could be helpful. But first of all, it's really difficult market. So this is a niche solution that we can do with this approach, with these methodics, but it really works with big insurance companies or government medical health or something like big programs. So it needs to be it's need a client, it's need a clinical research and a lot of proofs, and it takes us years to implement it. It could work as efficient as 12 steps programs for addictions, for example, because it's based on the same principles, of the social engagement and where we give an opportunity to explain the feelings and experience, and we are not punish anyone. So we just it's like a supportive environment. But we don't like to go to this field before we don't make a business for just normal basic stuff that people don't use, but that helps for most people, like basic nutrition tips, like basic lifestyle tips overall. So we start with basics. Then, for example, we're talking a lot, I'm sure you too, with this conference, talking a lot about epigenetics and about when we can work and influence your epigenetics markers through the lifestyle, right? So if you have any data, deep data about genetics of any person, and we can have cheaper tests, and we have interpretations, developed interpretations. We can provide personalized program to help anyone with any diseases. But it's in any future. So sure, we think about that. We read a lot, research about that. We hope that in next couple years, nanopores could be the cheaper technology that helps us to have a fast and cheap genome sequencing and so on. But today, we just work with that 90% of people even understand that their lifestyle is not good at all, but they can't to deal with it by themselves. So if you want to walk more, you need you can adopt a dog. You need a initial help. You need a push. So we do some kind of digital push for teams, but this push is not artificial. This push is everyone in this community.
Yes, that's up. Well, we on a mental health crisis officially globally, and that's we have proven statistics, regarding this matter. So it's very important to discuss and very important to bring alive, any solutions that help us try through. Anyhow, Dr. Tsui, do you have any questions?
Yes, this works better. Yeah, so a really simple, basic question. I surfed your website and I saw the sugar study and I wanted to join, but I couldn't join. Looks like it was already done. So how does one join and use the app and so on?
Yeah. Well, now we are working basically with companies only. We still have kind of form in our website where you can apply. Maybe it's not works right now, but we plan to open new cohorts in January because we now built 2 more tracks to discover. One of them is about scrolling addiction. So it could be helpful for anyone. So when you just unlock your phone, you're already scrolling. So
you mean reading news and so on?
Exactly. So it's how we have to be in deal with our animal brain. That's the topic. And basic nutrition as well. So we have today we had just different parts. One of them was about cutting sugar. Another one was about gut health. Now we plan to combine it and make some kind of basic nutrition track. So yeah, and it will be available next year.
And then another, maybe this is a little futuristic topic, but since you brought up epigenetics, one of the things that might be coming out is that the gametes change based on epigenetics. So if you're healthier and doing, better, you might not be signaling as much, the genes for metabolic diseases and so on. So that's like a new avenue of research of, maybe that feedback to change some of the epigenetics of the gametes. Those might be easier to test, so on and so forth. But it's still a bit future.
Right.
This is a wonderful, wonderful way of looking at it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, Roman, thank you so much for coming. I believe that what you're doing is very important, and I hope you'll come back soon because as you see, we're building that network. We're basically have to drive traction and engagement. So we're happy to see you soon in our next meetings and symposiums. Anyhow, thank you so much for your time. I will let you go. And now I would like to talk to Dr. Sui. What about, do you want to present your company? Because
sure.
Actually, the things, the optimizing mind is something I know that you have patent. I know that that's invention, and you have patent about the algorithm network, like the connection the dots, the understanding and basically putting together algorithm. Okay, I will let you go, and I will have to, because we have a little bit thing going on, because we have people presenting from all around the world, and some of our speakers, they messed up with the time. They thought it's ECT, and we're actually in the Pacific. So I have to figure out who is going next. Anyhow, Dr. Sui, you have your time. You have your time.
Okie dokie. So let me share my screen here and find the right one. Okay, and then let me just make sure I look okay here within this screen. No, probably like this is better. Okay. So a little bit about me and my motivation. So I wanted to understand the brain, right? How best to understand myself is how do I process? Because this is everything that's about us. And so from very early on, I went about that to study every aspect of the brain and everything that touches on the brain. And I think one of the more important things I studied is electrical engineering and computer science, but electrical engineering because I wanted to get the basis of the electrical signalings and the tools to study the neuroscience. So how do you know how good the tools that you're using to do like electrophysiology experiments and so on without really understanding the electronics and the limits of the electronics there? And then in part of that process, electrical engineering studies a lot of feedback and dynamic systems and so on. So it provides a lot of tools, computational tools, to understand the dynamics and estimate and so on. So I did that, and then I did a PhD in computational neuroscience, actually going into the labs, doing the electrophysiology experiments, playing with all the knobs and the noises and the non-reliabilities. And I also felt like it's important. So neuroscience, the neurophysiology experiments can tell you, if you put an electrode on a cell, so you know what that neuron is doing, but you don't know what the rest of the circuit is doing. And the chance of taking another electrode and getting it exactly on the circuit, because the brain is so dense, is very low. So you get incomplete information. Even though you're recording there, you get very incomplete information. And even if the neuron is not directly on, the electrode is not directly on the neuron, so you get a few, maybe tens or hundreds of neurons, still you don't know what the rest of the circuit is doing. And fMRI and MRI will tell you more of what thousands of neurons, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of neurons. It's not going to tell you what the circuit is. And EEGs are similar. They'll give you a very good time domain of what's going on with the neurons, but then it's a sum of, you know, hundreds or millions of neurons all activating at once. So none of these recording methods are exactly telling you what the circuit's doing. And then I also, in my computational neuroscience, I worked in cognitive psychology labs as well to do experiments there, to understand eye tracking, to understand reaction times, what sort of patterns are easier for us to process or less easy for us to process. That then gives information about how the circuits are functioning. And my idea, you know, along with getting an MD focusing on neurology, is to try to find a theoretical circuit that you can simulate and get results that matches as many of the phenomena that you see from many of these fields as possible in order to find the best match of it. And of course, computer science provides you the tools to actually analyze the algorithms and analyze, you know, how recognition is done and so on, and compare with different algorithms. So I think it's very important when approaching some of these questions is approaching it with a multidisciplinary background. But unfortunately, I don't think academia is optimal for that. There is so much politics for each separate field that if you then try to combine many fields, it just multiplies on itself. So actually, how science is done today is not through this sort of philosophy. And I think that really hurts us a lot. So ultimately, what I decided to do is to open up my own startup company, Optimizing Mind, and to actually take those that algorithm and then use it to where businesses or customers may need it the most, in training algorithms, in understanding the environment, and so on. And that's what I will talk about here. So we've been actually funded by the National Science Foundation for small business and so on, but it's not. We want to open up and capture more and more customers. So going back to the science, the brain utilizes feedback in ways that current AI does not. It just simply does not. And our goal is to achieve a more human level recognition and learning. So current AI, which has been around since the 1940s and 50s, is based on feed-forward recognition. And that is, you take the inputs, you multiply by the weights that you've learned, and you get an output. So the direction is from the inputs all the way to the outputs. And that's the core of recognition, and that's the core of the algorithms. And the hard part is then learning to find the right set of weights. And that turns out to be very difficult in current technology. But so when you contrast this, when it's feed forward, information just goes from the inputs to the outputs when you do recognition. And then you look at the brain has feedback throughout of it, throughout sensory organs like the thalamus and the cortex, where information will go into the eyes, to the thalamus and the LGN, go to the cortex, and then the cortex will feed back to the LGN, and that will change the information that is going through the LGN, which will then affect again what's coming out of the cortex. So there's a lot of this feedback, and there's feedback in the cortex as well. And you see these in neuron connections. These are neuron connections of the LGN. You also see this in specific neuron synapses, where you see these trisynaptic synapses where information will actually go down the backwards and then affect the modulating axon and dendrite, which then will affect the receptivity of the dendrite going up. And there is also a retrograde signaling such as nitric oxide, which is available everywhere. So some scientists say that or most neuroscientists say that there's more feedback than feed-forward connection in the brain. And you see evidence of this all over the place. If you take a set of neurons, one presynaptic, one postsynaptic, one neuron that is sending a signal and one neuron that's receiving the signal, then you see that they are adjusted. And that's this homeostatic plasticity. So if you activate the presynaptic neuron, you'll get a postsynaptic neuron response, right? But if you increase the frequency, so you somehow either increase the frequency of your stimulation, or you change through chemical compounds how effective the receptors are, then you'll notice over time the strength of this connection from the presynapse to the postsynapse decreases. And that decreases at this neuron that is sending the signal. So that means the output neuron, that means the input neuron knows what the output neuron is doing. And similarly, if you change the frequency the other way, you see an increase in the size. So there's this normalization function throughout the brain where the neurons are adjusting for themselves with feedback. This is everywhere. And this is wholesalely ignored with the, with the type of networks you have today, especially during recognition. And so the type of model that I worked on are models which have that sort of feedback back to the input. And I ask, what do they do in real time? And so these are feedback during recognition. So instead of recognition being X input, which is X times weights equals outputs Y, that process during recognition incorporates feedback. And so instead of the feed forward input to output, you have inputs. The neuron that sends the input knows something that happens from the output neuron, and they feed back and talk to each other and we ask, well, what is the function that they do, right? And this is completely aligned with other phenomena that you see in the brain, such as excitation, inhibition, balance, and so on, which I didn't put in these slides, I don't believe, because I want it to be shorter. But if anybody has questions and wants to see some of these phenomena, I can pull out the slide. I have a whole set of slides that I've given to I've had talks with postdocs over at Berkeley and so on. So I have all the slides there. So kind of the core of things is, does the brain recognize like AI? The brain recognition is faster with unique patterns, kind of like solving a jigsaw puzzle. So if you solve a jigsaw puzzle like this and you have all the pieces and you're trying to put them together and understand the scene, certain pieces are going to give you more information and be quicker to put together than other pieces, right? And that's a signal to noise type of ratio in the processing. Now, in AI recognition, which uses feed forward, it always takes a fixed amount of time, y equal wx. So you wouldn't have these differences in the pieces. And now I'm going to do a test for you guys in the audience in case you're dozing off. So your goal here is to find the unique pattern that's going to pop up on the screen. And what you want to do is just, internally estimate how long did it take for you to recognize the single pattern in this square. So ready? Here we go. It's the X, and you recognize the X. Now I'm going to give you another set of patterns. Ready? Here you go. Here's the pattern. Now, the unique pattern in the second one is the F. Now, because of the interactions and the feedback, they take longer and different. And this is a signal to noise type of phenomena like the jigsaw puzzle. And it happens everywhere, even if you don't see space, right? In olfaction, in smell, you see this phenomena. Smell isn't as good at processing space. You see it in sound and in touch and so on. So it occurs in all senses. So this is a fundamental part of the circuitry that's doing recognition, but it's not accounted for by the AI. So current AI and the brain recognize very differently. Now, this ties back to the problems that you see with the current AI. So the brain and the AI, they both can do learning and both can do recognition or inference. Right? So let's talk a little bit about the current AI. So we already said for recognition inference, current AI is using this feed forward in order to do the recognition. And in order to do that, everything is in the weights. And so weights have to be learned in a form that the recognition occurs within one multiplication, right? And that's not a simple thing. What you have to do is to optimize all the data set to make sure you're not missing anything and predict the whole real world environment in order to get this to work. And this is pretty much all the algorithms that you have out there: deep, convolutional, recurrent, LSTM, reinforcement, so on. Even in their if in their name they have like recurrent, which implies some sort of feedback, it's not exactly feedback on this in the form that I'm talking about. It's feedback in time to capture time sequences. It's not true feedback, because the current algorithms are all based on this y is equal to wx, right? So pretty much everything that is out there today, and all the funding and so on, is based on this sort of algorithm, and that takes the lion's share. But the problem is, with this feed-forward algorithm, number one, weights are a black box. Because they're optimized for the whole data set, you can't tell, what is the brain looking for when it's trying to look for a specific pattern. And the second problem is that optimizing over the training data, the whole training data, you have to have the whole training data there present ahead of time, and it's computationally intensive, right? This is why you need the big servers, and it takes months for Google to learn the big LLM models and so on with more data than a human can ever consume in their lifetime. But even worse, for any update of the training, you want to add one new word or one new category or one new image. You're going to learn elephants now, right? training has to be updated from the beginning, and you have to do the optimization on all the data sets and everything that you've previously known in order to create a new feed-forward network that'll now have this new data. Okay? And so part of this problem is that these feed-forward weights are encoding uniqueness into the weights in order to be able to do this one forward multiplication. And so to give you an indication of how this encoding is going in the traditional network, let's say you have a training instance of Q's and O's. In the traditional method, you're optimizing weights to recognize Q. So in this training example, the diagonal is going to be important because that's the signal that's unique. So then the weights are increased for the diagonal features and decreased for the circular. Now in another training instance, you might have Q's within X's. Well, the unique features here are the circle. And that's important. So then it goes through the whole data sets and adjusts the weights for all the features in the data sets, and you need the whole data set. But the reality is you cannot learn uniqueness for all possible contexts. You can't predict the whole world ahead of time, and you don't have data for the whole real world ahead of time. And so the question is this the best strategy? Moreover, in certain environments or certain examples, if you learn, for example, stripes are the most important thing for zebra, and you're given this image, that's not going to help you recognize so much. It's more the horse-like features of zebra that's going to help you recognize zebra than the stripe feature. So context during recognition is very important. And it's during the recognition, not during learning. So the idea is that the uniqueness is determined during recognition instead, when the context is available, and it's using this feedback. And that feedback is then doing optimization during recognition. It's going back and forth between the output neuron and the input neuron, back and forth, and evaluating what is the most likely thing. And in this process, it's determining the outputs of the neurons, not the weights. So this is going back and forth between the input and output, and it's determining what is the most likely output based on everything you've learned before. And you're optimizing only on the current test pattern, not the whole training data. So that reduces the amount of processing that is needed and reducing the computational costs. This now allows you to learn expected patterns without uniqueness. You don't have to balance the whole, everything that might be in the data set. All you need to do is learn that a horse has 4 legs, zebra has 4 legs, it has a head, and whatever it is, you're learning it specifically for zebra. You don't care when you're learning zebra, you don't care if you know any other 4-legged animal or non-4-legged animal or anything else. You're just learning it for the zebra. So then the weights become in the form that's not a black box because it's oriented towards what is being recognized. Right? So this now goes back to what's going on in the market with the current AI. So, for example, markets and markets. The biggest problem for AI development is obtaining the vast anonymized data and obtaining qualified experts that have to balance all the data and rehearse it and to get all the GPUs running right and so on in order to learn that W that you can multiply in one step. Right? And then it also affects understanding the decisions. You don't understand why the network does something wrong, and yet it's really hard to explain, why it did it. So what we do is, using algorithms with feedback, we are, number one, able to train with much less data and are easier to update. And then we can give more rationales for decisions. I can go over that later. I'm not going to focus on that anymore. What I'm going to focus here for us is towards how this can affect businesses and learning and AI algorithms. So to do this demonstration of why this feedback is important, what we took is transfer learning paradigm. Now, Google has a TensorFlow, which is a package to train AI, and they have a tutorial. And what transfer learning does is it says, okay, let's freeze the bottom layers of training, make them fixed, and only train the top layer. So the idea is, if you've trained a network and, with natural images, so then it will already kind of know natural images. Now you want to train cats, dogs, birds, what have you. All you need to do is train the top layer. The bottom has captured most of the statistics of the environment. And what this transfer learning does is train the top layers. Now, this is a shortcut. It's meant to make training faster in current algorithms, so smaller companies can do it and so on. But even then, it's very, very difficult. And I will show you a demonstration. So firstly, the transfer learning, the regular transfer learning in the TensorFlow tutorial, which is using the algorithm to learn the weights, I'm going to label as TL. And so since this is the gold standard, it's gold color, and it's TensorFlow is this color. So it's a gold standard. But this represents pretty much all the algorithms that are used today. They might change how quick it goes down the gradient and so on, but it doesn't change the fact that it needs so much data and so on. And now this tutorial, what it does is it takes images of cats and dogs and it trains it. So it takes a network that's previously a base layer that's previously learned on ImageNet, which has thousands of images. It freezes the bottom, and then it trains the top layer for cats and dogs images. And I will compare it with Optimizing Mind solution, which is using that feedback, which we're going to call transfer learning squared, because you'll see you can update both. You can update as you go along the top layer, as well as like you would do transfer learning. So it's as if you can do transfer learning twice. And so that's why we're calling it transfer learning squared. Now we're going to do benchmarks against both of them using the exact same data and samples. So both algorithms get the exact same data and the exact same number of data. So here you have what's called a learning curve. And this is purely the TensorFlow traditional algorithm being trained and run. So initially, it's not trained. It doesn't know anything about cats and dogs. Here is the sample number of cats and dogs when it's training. So there's about there's 1,000 images of cats and 1,000 images of dogs in this, and this is running the traditional one 30 times. So because it's running 30 times, you can see an average and the deviations, between them. And each training sample number is a pattern that the algorithm is given. And then you see how well the algorithm is doing. You do this validation. There's a set of cats and dog images that are not in the training set that are used to determine the accuracy of the algorithm. Right? And that's how you get this curve. And what this curve is showing you, initially, the network doesn't know much. It's at 50%. But then over time, as it's trained, it does up to like 97% correct, answering all the cats and dogs. Okay, so this is the traditional algorithm. And this is, the blue is a transfer learning square. It's the algorithm based on feedback. So what it's learning is much simpler data, and it's doing more of the computation for the recognition. And you see, it learns much, much quicker to get to this 97% correct. And I can zoom to the first 20 samples. So basically, this is right at the beginning of this graph. Okay? And you can see within 20 samples, you get a result that would have taken about 2,000 samples in the other algorithm. So it's able to learn much, much faster and get to that performance much easier that way, because it's not optimizing through all the data samples. So it's one thing to show this with two pieces of two categories, cats and dogs. It's much more important to be able to do many. So what we did is we expanded this to 50 animal types. So lions and tigers and bears and flower and bees and all sorts of stuff like that. So actually no flowers, just bees and insects and all monkeys and bears and so on and so forth. So this is the graph now redone with this 50 animal types. And now you can see it takes much more samples to get to the performance. But you see it didn't achieve as high of a performance. And again, you see the same curve. And you can zoom it into the first 400 samples, and you can see it learning. Now, this darker line is before all the animals were presented at least once. The light blue lines is they've been at least presented once. And this is showing you the curve, but now the same curve with the same 1% of samples, 100%, 100 times faster, just because you had to see 100 times less samples. And that doesn't even include the fact that you don't have to do the optimization. So that's even a simpler learning. And you get this performance around at 400, right? So you can see through these curves which algorithm is doing better and how. Now, one of the key problems that humans solve that current algorithms don't, which is why you need to rehearse all the data at once, is called catastrophic forgetting. So let's go back to our cats and dogs example. If I had taken all the cats that I have and trained them at once, then trained all the dogs that I have at once, what's going to happen with current algorithms? It'll eventually forget the cats after it trained the dogs. If you don't interleave the cats with the dogs, or in the bigger animal data sets, all the animals together at once, the current algorithms are going to forget them. And that's what we're going to demonstrate now. We're going to take the networks that have learned cats and dogs, and we're going to now train them only on birds, never repeating cats and dogs again, only birds. And so now your validation here is cats, dogs, and birds. So both the networks have been trained on cats and dogs. None of them know birds. So they only know 2/3 and so on. Now, when you run the training on only birds, what happens is the traditional algorithm will start learning birds, but at the same time forget the cats and dogs because they're not being rehearsed. And that's the catastrophic forgetting. It forgot the cats and dogs until you, at the end, only know birds and you don't know cats and dogs anymore. Now, giving the exact same samples to the algorithm with the feedback, it remembers the cats and dogs and just adds birds, and it's happy. It doesn't, there's no problem with that. So that means as an animal, as a human, you can learn, I can pull out something new and learn it just as I go in the real live environment and just add that to the network. But you can never really build an current AI system that can do that. You would have to retrain it all. And this is also why you can't have robots in your house and stuff like that, because there's things that are unpredictable. Your house is unique to yourself. You can't train for every environment. And so you can't update that robot for your house because it would take too long and every house would be different and so on. So this is why, you don't see Jetsons like robots running around. But this allows brain-like updating and editing, and that's what Optimizing Mind is doing. We have an API where we basically can give customers the ability to take their own data and their own base layers. We want to be, give as much of the data and the processing to the customer themselves. What they do is send to our API the information that goes through to the first to the bottom layers, then send the labels, that information and the labels to our API. And our API sends back a network that they can then use as they would use traditionally, but it's with the less data samples and so on, and all the benefits that you get in our form. And so to summarize, this sort of paradigm can save data scientists time, labeling of data. You don't need as much data. Unbalanced data is okay. If you have one cat and 100 dogs, that is still going to be okay. Or one saber-toothed tiger and thousands of cats. That's not going to be as much of a problem for this type of algorithm. But with current algorithms, you have to balance them. So you have to make fake data or something that causes errors. You have less rehearsing, shorter development time, faster turnaround, and more productive experience with the AI. So that's the primary offering for Optimizing Mind. And so our goal is easier to create and evaluate and update AI that's easier to create, update, and evaluate. So with that, I will stop here.
You know what? I like, well, the first question when I was looking at it, I was like, oh my gosh, there's such a huge practical application. And you mentioned only one of them. Like you mentioned only like robots and the importance of the ability to train them faster.
Yeah.
What do you think? Are you selling it as so what are you like offering, like in terms of like business offering? Are you like providing customized solution, or it's something that simply like, how does it work? How you work with the businesses? Can you please explain? For me, it was not clear completely.
Okay. So basically, like, so a lot of the current, development of AI is kind of hard for small companies, right? Mm-hmm. Bigger ones, it's okay, but harder ones, it's not. And basically, all of the big companies, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AWS, they offer AI as a service where a customer can take a bunch of images, and then transfer it to their systems, and their systems are going to do all the training for it, produce an AI for the customer, and then the customer can use that AI for what they need. So we're offering, so ideally we're offering for platform providers a way to accelerate that process, right? So we're not looking to work so much for customers that don't exactly know what data they have and what they do. We want to be more on the level of our target customer is more on the level of a platform maker, and then we can update the platforms for the platforms, update the AI for their customers much faster and easier. We can train it faster and we can update it faster. And a lot of these platforms are doing the transfer learning.
And there's any limitations? Do you have any restrictions technology-wise? Is there any limitation?
So currently in this form, we are doing transfer learning with the fixed layer on the bottom. It's part of convolutions and the way back propagation is and so on. We are working on, so there's a newer way of doing the bottom layers through transformers, and that's actually more conducive to learning in our form. So we're working on that. So currently, our project is to get, our goals are to add our type of learning into transformers, which would be the bottom layers, which are showing that they are much more robust than the type of convolutions that have been used in the past.
Yes, so it's basically brand new approach.
Yes.
And there are tons of applications. I mean, pretty much any industry can use it.
Yes.
Yeah,
we're trying not to boil the ocean. And focus on who has the most pain and who has the most, resources to use this. So that's how we settled on to this sort of platform, the training and so on. But we can do other offerings like more explainability and so on. It's where the biggest pain point and the customers.
Understood. It's clear, and that's very interesting. Thank you so much for sharing. Anyhow, due to the time confusion, some of our speakers were thinking that we on ECT, but we're actually Pacific time, and they join us from all over the world. We have people coming from Dubai and from Jerusalem. And the thing is, we have to wait for them. So we have to make a break and wait for other speakers.
I think we can call this a lunch break.
Yes, let's do. Let's do. Give me a second. Let's do. We got a question from the audience, from the Ronald Lopez. Did you see it?
Yeah. Yes. What customers? So I are the customers that we're looking for. So we can either work with companies that are doing a lot of their own training that will need to kind of retrain and retrain and retrain, or the platform. Our target is the platform customers. But we believe that ultimately we can help everybody with this. And so our current target is the platforms, but we are hopefully over time going to expand to everything, because I believe at some point that the AI will be functioning more like the way we have it than the way it's currently functioning. What's limiting now is kind of what's the best demonstration, what's the best pain point. It's more of a business type of introduction and penetration than algorithmic wise.
Yes, Ronald, we hope we answered your question. Anyhow, it was very interesting and helpful, especially, for me, I'm always trying to learn new about, current methods of analyzation of data. Anyhow, we definitely have to meet again because we have to keep networking, engaged, have more people coming. Anyhow, we definitely will meet again with Dr. Tsui soon on the platform. Please keep keep in touch with us. And we are going to have a lunch break and we will get back at 2 p.m. And we will have amazing speakers from different parts of the world and they have their own innovations. Please stay tuned. I will see you at 2 p.m. Okay?
All right, great.
Hi there, we made it. We actually have amazing speaker come. We have to hear his presentation. Anyway, I'm sorry for any interruptions. We're back from the lunch break, and as always, I'm giving introduction to these new speakers, newcomers, and we have Moshe Leibowitz joining us from Jerusalem with his new approach, innovative approach toward connection, mind and body, and he is the founder of the company called Healables. Healables provides a revolutionary wearable technology in the form of smart textile that optimizes the hardware and software of the human being. Healables device delivers a complete holistic solution for chronic illness and chronic pain and personalized yet scalable package. Well, welcome, Moshe. Give me a chance to add you to the... Hi there! So finally we got you talk. It took a while. Apologies for any inconvenience in terms of like time or anything, but we're happy to see you.
Okay, I'm sorry for the technical delays, but I'm glad I'm able to be here, and I have my textile over here ready to go. So we're excited.
Yeah, go. Yes, so we can add your presentation on stage.
Wonderful.
And here you go. I'm leaving you for now. Yes.
So okay, how do I get the slides forward? Where's their?
It's on the screen. If you look at the screen, there's a. Do you see it? Okay, got it.
Wonderful. Okay, fantastic. So here we are. So today we're going to talk about sometimes it's the brain, not the mind. Novel thoughts on PTSD. So this time it's personal. I'm going to tell my own brain story. And by the way, if anybody knows RFK, please send in this presentation because I think that really what we're doing has a lot of implications for where America can go and how we can help.
You know, the thing is, almost every presentation here is, it's exactly towards this direction. Thank you so much for bringing this up, though.
Absolutely. So what we're going to talk about today, our journey is going to be, this time it's personal, my brain story. The brain or the mind, what is PTSD? Then thirdly, we're going to go into PTSD, inflammation are connected. Really, that's kind of strange. Then we're going to talk about our own pilot with MSK, musculoskeletal, and PTSD in soldiers, and how catastrophic failure led to remarkable success. And then finally, what the future direction is. Pills, where we're going, we don't need pills. So everyone has a unique God-given superpower. When we learn to connect with our divine souls, we can make the impossible happen. I think that's the starting point. Really, the end point is that we're all human beings, which means we are created in the image of God, and we are able to live from our souls. And that's what we want to do, is to be living from that place rather than living from much lower places. So how do we learn to see the divinity within ourselves? So the Creator sends us clues, but we tend to miss them. So he sends us more clues, and sometimes they're not always fun. So my own brain story is many years ago, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor on the brainstem. Before then, I really didn't know anything about the brain. And that led to PTSD and lots of stress and more stress and lots of negative reactions, scared, angry, why me? What do we do about this? So, the people say, what's the fastest land animal? And people like to answer the cheetah. So it's true, it's the cheetah, but it's the animal that's the cheetah is chasing. So I'm really humbled right now to speak to so many distinguished professors and neuroscientists, psychologists, physicists. My professional entry into the brain was as a patient, and that's really what I want to share with you today. So I ended up getting treated in UPMC with gamma radiation, and that led to some PTSD. When I came there, I had my rabbinical black hat and my long black coat, and I came in for the radiation. So I took off my coat and I took off my shirt, and I needed to be treated without a shirt without a collar. So I had a nice Steelers shirt, and when all the doctors saw my Steelers shirt, they were all really, really excited. So my recommendation, if anybody needs to have gamma radiation in UPMC, wear a Steelers shirt. So what I learned from that after that was I had a lot of brain fog, and I had a lot of brain inflammation and PTSD. And it's important to treat the mind and the body and the soul together. And I did cranial psychotherapy, and I actually did Chinese medicine and a lot of Hasidus and Kabbalah and somatic experiencing. These are all things that I learned because of the brain tumor, and really it changed my life. And it was an incredible blessing that I had to go through this experience, because I was able to then go and found healables, wearables that heal, and develop my own wearable for recovery, for performance, for MSK and for PTSD. So it ended up being an incredible blessing, and that's something that I really want to share today, and that's why I'm so excited about this talk. So just a quick tip for the untrained friend, because there's a lot we're going to cover today, but we all know people that are suffering. So what do we do when we don't have any training? So really the most important thing is just be there, be present, and listen without judging. This is from Dr. Ari Lowell, who was a combat veteran and former program manager of the residential rehabilitation program for PTSD in Memphis, VA. So just be there non-judgmentally, without moralizing or telling them what to do, feel, or think, and show them that they're not ignored. Just listen. And Dr. Lowell is also my brother, so I'm a little bit biased to his advice. So the brain or the mind, what is PTSD? How do we define PTSD? Is it psychological? Is it physiological? Now, I'm going to translate that question, the brain or the mind, for the engineers. when we say psychological, we're talking about software. When we say physiological, we're talking about the brain or hardware. So really the question is, and when we say PTSD, it's an illness, disease, condition, disorder. For engineers, that means there's a bug. Okay, so when there's a bug, we want to understand, is it a software problem or is it a hardware problem? Is PTSD in the mind or in the brain? So we'll start with a broad definition, a behavioral definition. So it'll be a psychological definition. It's not as specific as the DSM-5, but post-traumatic stress disorder is a common mental health condition that can develop after a traumatic event. Okay, so flashbacks, anxiety, negative thoughts, hypervigilance. And what do you do for it? Psychotherapy. Okay, so this is clearly coming from the perspective as a psychological issue. And some of the common things that characterize PTSD, the fight or flight response, or really the 5 F's: fight, flight, freeze. Sometimes just people get stuck. Or fawn, they try to interact with their whatever the trauma is in a way to try to calm it down by just giving in, or flop. Sometimes people faint, or they just completely lose control over bodily functions and appear disengaged. So those are the 5 F's that can characterize PTSD. Interestingly and surprisingly almost, there is an incredible link with inflammation. So in post-traumatic stress disorder studied among U.S. military personnel, the risk of selected autoimmune diseases is 58% higher for people with a history of PTSD. There's an incredible link with inflammation. So that's a question that we're going to get into more a little bit later. But if it's psychological, what is this? What is inflammation? What is that part? So Dr. McLean was a neuroscientist who in the 1960s introduced the triune brain model, explaining that the brain really has 3 parts. So this is a model that we're going to work with. So from the reading from the bottom to the top, we have the lizard brain. So that's just responsible. It's called the reptilian complex, which is responsible for reflexes, instinctual behavior. Okay, and then we have the, make sure that doesn't fall, the mammalian section of the brain, and then followed by the human brain. Hopefully it's here somewhere, though it depends who you ask. So what, and these 3 levels go from a kind of lower consciousness, more like a reptile, to the instincts, to the emotions, to intelligence. And they introduced that in the 1960s. So what's fascinating is the triune model that Dr. McLean introduced to the world in the 1960s, based upon his scientific research, directly corresponds to the Kabbalistic model that the Arizal, the Rabbi Isaac Luria, spoke about in the 1570s, almost 400 years earlier. So here's a little chart of the words that in the triune model. We're going again from bottom to top: reptilian, mammalian, and cerebral. And the Arizal called the lowest level a state of unborn, being unborn. What in the triune model is the mammalian, the Arizal would refer to as nursing, which really corresponds to the mammalian level, right? And the cerebral neocortex, which is responsible for cognitive processing, that the Arizal would call mochen, the brain, the higher intellect. So it's really one-to-one direct correspondence where we go from instinct, feelings, and then intellect. Now, Dr. Stephen Porges uses this model and introduce something very important, right? Are we our instincts, or are we able to act from a higher state? And what he argues, and this is a really important part for understanding trauma, and is that as humans, we have the ability to down-regulate defenses and to functionally co-regulate physiological and behavioral state. So we're able to, using our higher consciousness, actually to down-regulate our defense mechanisms, and we're able to regulate our stress response system, that would be like the lizard brain, and cooperate, especially socially. Now, likewise, the founder of the Hasidic movement, the Baal Shem Tov, in the 1740s, also taught a three-stage technique that could be used to help the individual transcend from the lower state of consciousness to a higher state of consciousness. So that's on the right side here, going from the bottom to the top. When a person is in a state of fight or flight, right? If there's no, this is post-trauma, so there's no trauma, but he's stuck in that consciousness. So the brain isn't really working. So we can't really use it. We can just surrender and submit and listen without self-judging. Really what Dr. Lola was saying. That helps to calm the system down, and that will allow us to be able to move into a limited consciousness, right? Where we're able to have feelings, but sometimes the feelings can become very unpleasant. And what we want to do is we want to separate out. So it's called Havdalah. At that level, we focus on, it's kind of like an IFS, right? Internal family systems, where the negativity is not us. The stressor, we are something other than this piece. So there's a part of us that is responding emotionally in a certain way, but that's not us. And that allows us to move to the higher state of consciousness called Hamtaka, where we even understand that we're not our thoughts, that we have a divine, godly soul, and we're able to connect with a higher state of consciousness and allow the soul to unclothe itself within our thoughts, within our feelings, and then within our actions in a positive way, where we are manifesting goodness in the world and not responding with instinctual fear. Now, on top of the intellectual model for this, the Baal Shem Tov, as a highly trained in Jewish meditation, would also do brain entrainments with his followers and with his students. So if they were in any of these states, when they would see him, he would help to synchronize the brain waves to help them move to higher states of consciousness. In fact, as we commemorate the passing of the second leader of Hasidus, Rabbi Dovber, in the famous story when the Maggid of Mezrich, the Rabbi Dovber came to the Baal Shem Tov the first time, he asked him a very deep Kabbalistic question, and Rabbi Dovber answered the question correctly, but it was from an intellectual standpoint. And then the Baal Shem Tov answered the question using the same words, but with the brain entrainment and the synchronization of the brain waves that actually put his students into that state of consciousness. So along with the intellectual understanding, there is a synchronization that can happen in moving from one state to the next. So we have the parasympathetic nerves and the sympathetic nerves. So when we talk about lizard brain, we're really focused more on the sympathetic nervous system. So that's really the set of nerves that are focused on the fight or flight response. And if you look at the picture on the right side, you'll see that the sympathetic nerves don't go through the brain. So the advantage of the sympathetic nervous system is that it's quick. We don't have to go through the brain. It's instinctual, so it's going to be faster. But it's not going to be calm. It's going to be stimulus response. On the parasympathetic nerves go through the brain and give us the ability to have stimulus, choice, And that choice, that's where our humanity, that's where divinity can come out, where we choose how to respond to a situation. We're able to identify, is something dangerous or something not dangerous? And really the 75% of the parasympathetic system is cranial nerve 10, which is the vagus nerve. So the vagus nerve is really a very important part of the calming system. Now, we have two systems, and we're always switching back and forth between the two systems. The advantage of the parasympathetic system, it gives us the ability to think, and the sympathetic to be able to go and act faster. And we want to switch back and forth and give each system a chance to grow and to heal. When we want to, sometimes we want to be thinking and not acting, and sometimes we want to be acting and not thinking. But sometimes the system gets stuck and we can't, it doesn't switch back, and we can get, if the switch gets stuck, we can get stuck in the sympathetic nervous system. So that's a physiological definition of PTSD, where something happens and it's like a machine, and the system is just stuck in the sympathetic and it's not switching out, and we're stuck in this lower state of consciousness. What do we do? So that would be more of a physiological definition of PTSD. So sometimes it's the brain, not the mind. So all the cognition and the talk therapy is important, and it's actually essential, but sometimes it's not enough, right? With the Baal Shem Tov, we talked about having the brain entrainment. Sometimes we need to address the physiology of the brain directly in order to go and change that to get unstuck. So that's what Dr. Peter Levine figured out. He's has a background in medical biophysics as well as being as a psychologist, and he came up with somatic experiencing, where he really understands the importance of getting unstuck and the importance of the physiological component to treating PTSD. So we're going to learn more about the physiological side as we move on our journey. So PTSD and inflammation are connected. So we can already see where this is going. So we already talked about 58% have a higher risk of developing an autoimmune system, an autoimmune disease for people that have PTSD. People with PTSD also show increased inflammatory biomarkers. Now, what if we turned this upside down? What I mean by that is, what if it's not that PTSD puts you at risk of an autoimmune inflammatory illness? What if autoimmune inflammation puts you at risk of PTSD? What if the brain is already inflamed, and then when a trauma happens, that's when you get stuck? So it goes the other way around. Well, in fact, the anti-inflammatory approach to PTSD is beginning to be studied, and anti-inflammatory drugs are even being proposed for PTSD. So previously, people suggested maybe treating with antidepressants, more like SSRIs, but now they're suggesting maybe we need an anti-inflammatory drugs to treat PTSD. And I think in some initial trials, I think that they see that the PTSD symptoms are even lessen when they're treated with anti-inflammatory drugs. But what is an autoimmune disease? So an autoimmune disease is caused when the identification system of the body malfunctions and the immune system misidentifies friend as foe and mounts an attack on your own friendly cells because it thinks they're a foe, a foreign threat. Okay, so that's friendly fire. So if when the part of the brain that identifies what is friend and what is foe doesn't work, we don't know what to shoot. So it shoots everything. It's friendly fire. We're shooting our own cells. And sometimes if a system is overwhelmed with many attacks at the same time, it can shift into that and go into hyper vigilance and hyperdrive, where it's just shooting everything. And that's an autoimmune disease where we're attacking ourself. Now, if the identification system is broken, that's what needs to be fixed. So suppressing the immune system is not going to fix the part that's broken. In other words, is the solution to an indiscriminate immune system to shut it down? Well, what about the threats? We need an immune system. Well, that's what anti-inflammatory drugs are going to do. They're just going to shut down the whole system because the system can't figure out what the enemy is and what the friend is. So the identification center is broken, so the tanks are told not to shoot to avoid friendly fire. So that's like a half solution, but it's not solving the problem. So we propose viewing PTSD as an autoimmune mentality and disorder of the vagus nerve. And there's a vicious cycle here. So what that means is that the initial trauma is learned, and learned negative thinking misidentifies triggers as danger, right? So if a person is stuck in this fight and flight response, but is not sure if he has PTSD, he's misidentifying the situation as danger when there isn't actual danger. And that leads to negative thinking and attack on the self, because he doesn't know what is friend and what is foe. So he ends up with an autoimmune consciousness where he's having negative self thoughts is attacking the self. That type of consciousness reinforces and activates the vagus nerve inflammation. That's what we're suggesting. Now, when the vagus nerve is inflamed, that's going to keep us stuck in the sympathetic nervous system, and there's going to be this vicious cycle where the inflammation of the vagus nerve keeps us stuck. Being stuck, we're going to continue to think negatively, and the negative thinking is going to continue the inflammation. So how do we stop this cycle and restore the ability of the system to correctly identify friend from foe, to identify safety from danger, if we don't have the higher level consciousness to do so, because we're stuck in this cycle? We have to kind of get out. We have to break the cycle without using cognition in order to do that. So I want to talk a little bit about our pilot with soldiers and using the healables wearable for MSK, musculoskeletal issues, which is what a lot of the soldiers came in with, and then for PTSD as well. So how our failed musculoskeletal pilot led to success with PTSD. Sometimes it's embarrassing to talk about failure, but we learned a lot from this. Houston, we have a problem. On October 7th, war breaks out in Israel, and we have these sports pilots lined up. So everything goes on hold. The whole country goes on a war footing. Previously, we had an 88% success rate with MSK, musculoskeletal issues, in athletes and people that we were working with, all sorts of issues, knee problems, shoulder, wrist. We were able to bring pain down. We were able to increase range of motion with our healables wearable and our smart microcurrent device. So after October 7th, we pivoted to helping IDF soldiers with the same musculoskeletal issues that the athletes would have, and we had 0 success rate initially. That's really, going from 88% success to 0. What happens? So our practitioner, Gabriel Halevi, basically said, there are two types of soldiers, those with diagnosed PTSD and those with undiagnosed PTSD. He said every soldier has PTSD. He said, this is what you have to do. He was suggesting that the vagus nerve was inflamed, in his words, jammed, and the system was stuck in the sympathetic mode and preventing healing and positive MSK outcomes. So then we adjusted our device. So this is our wearable device. And we adjusted the protocol. So we adjusted the software. Let's how do I do this? Oops. Oh, let's go back here. Sorry. Okay. So we adjusted the protocol to begin every single MSK session with the mini PTSD protocol to hit the factory reset aspects of our protocol and to calm the vagus nerve. And it wasn't the full PTSD protocol, but we used a mini PTSD protocol to calm the vagus nerve, and only after that to move on to the MSK protocol. And the theory was that if we start with that PTSD just to reset the system, then the MSK would work. And that's exactly what happened. We're back at 90% success. After adjusting the protocol to start with factory reset of the vagus nerve, 38 of 42 IDF soldiers had positive MSK outcomes. Significant pain reduction. We observed reduction of PTSD symptoms. Felt calmer, their breathing, their respiration was different. We weren't yet, just due to time constraints, we weren't measuring the improvements in range of motion or strength with that. But we saw that they left calmer and the pain was down. Okay, so what's going on? What are we doing? So in quantum mechanics, there's something called the wave-particle duality. And what that means is that all matter can be viewed as particles and it can be viewed as waves. So we know that we've witnessed the transformation of photography from chemical film to digital film. We are witnessing the transformation in transportation from chemical fuel, gasoline, petrol, to electrical fuel. And what we are about to witness is the transformation in healthcare from biochemical medicine to bioelectric medicine, where we, instead of treating with chemicals, instead of treating with matter, we're going to treat with waves. And the best way to do that is with electricity. So what we've developed in our cute little device here, think of it as an air conditioner for the nervous system, right? If it's too hot, we put out the air conditioner. If the nervous system needs regulation, this device is able to send the right waves, the right electricity to regulate the nervous system. And then all of that talk therapy is going to be so much more effective, so much more quickly. So we see microcurrent has been tried for PTSD, and it helps to reduce the PTSD risk. But in this study, it didn't reduce the suicide risk because you need to have the therapy. The waves don't replace talk therapy, but they can calm the system in PTSD. And there's neurostimulation of the vagus nerve, and that's been shown to reduce inflammation. What we theorize is not reducing inflammation because, and you see that in the inflammatory markers, because like a pill would do, just to stop the inflammation. It's resetting the system. So we theorize that it's because the system is functioning properly, the inflammation is functioning properly. And we see that again with microcurrent and cytokines. So IL-6, and I'm not sure if this study is IL-6, but other studies show IL-6 and the different inflammatory markers, TNF-alpha. We see that microcurrent modulates inflammatory response. Other studies we see, this is a really cool one. So facial vibrotactical stimulation can activate the parasympathetic nervous system. That's really cool. What this is actually doing is healing in F sharp when A4 is tuned to 432 hertz. And what does that sound like? Well, I can show you here. This I have here a 100-year-old generator of a frequency generator, otherwise known as a cello. So you can see this here. This would be F sharp. I have these stickers here because I don't really know how to play very well. Okay, so that is 89 hertz, F sharp, and that wave has been shown to induce parasympathetic response. That's really cool. Well, that's how you do it with sound. We can do that with electricity. So there are millions of combinations of frequencies. How do you know what's right for the person? Well, with electrical medicine, you can download your prescription directly into your body, and you get personalized precision medicine. Okay, we get the slides back again. 1 second. Okay, here it is. Okay, so in order to do that, we developed the Healable System, which is not just a device. There's also an app, a smartphone app, and a backend, and a whole interaction with the cloud where we're able to go and deliver the right electrotherapy protocols to the individual and bring the data back so it can be analyzed and it can be modulated in real time, either through a practitioner and eventually through AI, to give people exactly the settings that they're going to need in order for whatever condition that they have. And that's, we'll have personalized precision medicine where we can download your prescription directly into your body. So right now at the startup stage that we're at, we're excited that we are working with a new biomedical engineer. His name is Spencer Jones, and he's actually playing in the professional basketball. He graduated from Stanford as a biomedical engineer and has been in the NBA, and we're excited to work with him with our technology for sports. We're at technology readiness level 7. We have a CE mark, and we're really ready to get this technology out and piloted. So let's go through very quickly a little bit what our system is. The Healables remote wearable system, it's personalized with AI. It's a therapeutic, it's a diagnostic, it's for sports performance and recovery. That's not a medical device. And we also will have a version that is a medical device. So it's all of the above, of 2 different products based upon a single technology. Inside of the solution are really 3 parts: a wearable electroceutical therapeutic and diagnostic device. Okay, that's, you can see over here. And smart textiles, which I'm wearing now here. This is the textile for the brain and for the eyes. We also have textiles for the knee and different textiles as well. And then software, including a mobile app and backends. That worked last time. 1 second here. Okay. So our device, what we call the electron stream device, it makes self-treatment and self-measurement wearable. We have a CE mark. On the textiles, the device docks with the textiles. Inside of the textiles are embedded dry electrodes. There's a lot of material science technology to make that happen without any gel or goo or anything. It's going to be uncomfortable and still deliver the signals correctly. And they also act as physiological sensors to go and give real-time feedback back to the system. So we have a closed loop system, and we have textiles for all different parts of the body. In the software, we have a patient mobile app that's very simplified, basically like an MP3 player, and a practitioner mobile app which has more power to operate the device, and then a backend that practitioners can remotely monitor, and not just monitor, but remotely modulate the system. So what are next steps? So here, let's try to get this up again. Oh, okay, so next steps are funding for PTSD. We want to do a pilot with this technology for veterans and soldiers, in addition with remote teletherapy. And we feel like this is really the way to move forward with PTSD and more. So what does this all mean? Bioelectric health, it's the future. I think that the way that penicillin revolutionized medicine at the turn of the century and set the whole world for 100 years looking at drugs, I think that bioelectric health is going to be the glue that puts together cognition, brain medicine, and consciousness, and the soul, and brings this all together to be able to really get people healthier and significantly improve outcomes and quality of life, the meaning of life, and reduce expenses. And because there's a lot of people that have PTSD. I mean, imagine, they say overall about 6% of the US population will have PTSD at some point in their lives. That's like 20 million people. I mean, imagine if everyone in New York would have PTSD. Actually, it's probably not that hard to imagine. If you've been to the East Coast, if you've been to New York. Anyway, I was born in New York, so I can make jokes about New Yorkers. So the direct cost for autoimmune disease, because it's much bigger than PTSD. If we have a solution for inflammatory illness, it's been estimated $100 billion per year, but it's really much more than that when it's add indirect costs and loss of work. So the next steps in wearable bioelectric brain health are to get this technology funded. I hope with RFK coming in and revolutionizing the regulatory branch in healthcare, I think that we're going to be looking a lot at other ways of treating besides just with chemicals. And I think that this is the future for investment and for health. So from a business perspective, we're looking for investment and partners. And from a science perspective, we're looking for collaborations and places, people to work with to test this technology for different types of issues. So just really to conclude, everyone has, as I said in the beginning, a unique God-given superpower. When we learn to connect with our divine souls, we can make the impossible happen. So we don't want to be stuck our entire lives with lizard brain. We want to move up so we can live our purpose. We can live our divine life, the reason that we were created. We all have our own unique mission in the world that we can accomplish, and we can do that when we connect with our souls and are able to actualize and manifest our essence in the world. So thank you very much for letting me share this with you today, and happy to entertain any questions.
Give me a second. Did I turn it too early? Give me a second, because I have to give a few minutes for people to record, to write.
Okay.
Just a few seconds to help, with the context. Anyhow, it's all in recording, and the nature of our audience is we're dealing with really busy people, and it's very hard to make them. It's Thursday, they're at work, but everything is in the recording, and they will, believe me, will share in the network, and it will be in recording available up there, and it will be in our network 100%. Well, first of all, I have a lot of questions, and Dr. Sue is here too. Let me add you to the stage as well. Anyhow, amazing. The most the thing that I really liked is the idea that prey is actually runs faster than the cheater. And you mentioned very important thing regarding the football players. I know that football, American football, is a big part, is a huge part of American culture. And I think it's the most that almost every single football player, they have trauma, brain trauma. I mean, almost every single of them. And the reason why they usually get out of the sports is because of the trauma. And I believe that the things you're doing is like, it's absolutely changing, absolutely, breaking through innovations. Also, regarding the connection, hardware and software, you talk a lot about vagus nerve. I'm a little bit confused in terms of like how do you customizing the solution. So are you getting information from the patient, like personalized data? Are you like, when you're working with the patients, are you working like individually, person by person, or this approach is more scalable?
So that's a great question. First of all, you mentioned football, and I'm based in Jerusalem, but I think you're based in California. I think that in another 2 hours, the Rams are playing the 49ers. So I'm sure that there's a lot of traffic in California right now. So definitely trauma is something that people can relate to as football players and people in traffic on their way to the football games. So that's an important thing to realize. So in terms of how we get the data back from the patient. So right now we are having our individual practitioners work with people, but we're developing a system which is scalable with both third-party sensors, all sorts of sensors. So we have accelerometers, magnetometers that can do range of motion, as well as our sensors that can do bioimpedance. And our intention is that the system is going to get smarter over time. So now most of the world in this field is focusing on sensors and sensors and sensors, and almost nobody is focusing on remote precision treatments. So what we said is we're going to focus on the treatment side and we have our own sensors and partner with other third-party sensors. And then when we can put all the data on the back ends, we'll figure out how to calibrate all that. And we'll have a system which is scalable, and the more people that use it, just the smarter the whole thing's going to get.
So you mentioned like several applications, knee issue, PTSD. So you mentioned very interesting approach that PTSD is all also connected to the autoimmune system and the way how our body in general responded. And you mentioned the talking therapy also. So from your perspective, the question is, from your perspective, so when a person get treatment against whatever brain trauma or whatever trauma, from your perspective, is it vital to get talking therapy?
I think that in an ideal situation, you need to have both together, because that's why I use the engineering metaphor in the beginning, where we have to. Is it a softer problem or is it a harder problem? Very often it's both, and they're interlinked. And if there's a cognitive problem that thoughts that are causing the system to work in a certain way, if you fix the physiology, the mental consciousness, the software, if it's used in a certain way, it's going to burn out the hardware. So you can fix the physiology, but if you don't fix the cognition, you're going to wind up with the same problem, and vice versa. If you try to do talk therapy alone without addressing the physiology, and the physiology is stuck, it's going to be hard to have those breakthroughs. And that's why in somatic experiencing, Peter Levine really tries to do both, although it's hard to affect the physiology of the system with talk therapy, although it's possible. And that's why ideally I think you need to have both to some extent. How it's done and how formally it's done, and is a different question, but I think that both aspects are important.
Good. Also, the question is about the textile. In terms of, does it have any in terms of limitation? How can I use it? Can I? How durable is it? And in terms of how can you? Is it waterproof? In terms of, tell a little bit about the textile. How it's actually working in the real life environment. Is how convenient it is.
Yeah, so the textile was designed from both a manufacturing perspective and a usability perspective to be low tech. Okay, so we chose to use snaps. Okay, we have just regular snaps. Now they make a mechanical and an electrical connection with the device, but textile companies know how to put snaps on. As a textile, women are able to watch this every day. Men can watch it once a year. That's a joke, but so it can go in the washing machine with no problem. Just regular textile, and embedded inside we have dry electrodes that are able to work with no gel and no liquid, nothing, to make that connection. That part of we try to offload the complexity and the challenges of the system from the user to the software and to the engineering to be able to deliver the signals in a way that is, and it's actually easy. I mean, this is a sports compression sleeve, and people can just wear it. We have a baseball player that uses a shoulder sleeve after he pitches, and normally a baseball pitcher can pitch every 4 days, and it takes about 4 days to recover. He's able to recover full strength, and he's measured this with the sensor that measures the angular velocity. Full strength in 24 hours instead of 4 days using the shoulder stimulation.
Wow, that's impressive. And basically, we can order hundreds. So you can order any amount of it, right? Is it any
Yeah, I mean, this is completely totally scalable in terms of the textiles and the devices, and scaling has its own challenges from a business perspective. It's called DFM, design for manufacturing, when you want to optimize the scaling process to bring the cost down. But that's all. Those aren't technological challenges. Those are normal scaling challenges that we've overcome the technological challenges that we've had to overcome to make this product work.
Very impressive. Dr. Sweet, do you have questions? We didn't hear you a while.
Sorry. Yes, I'm unmuting. Sure. So I don't know if you heard my previous little blurb. So my questions are going to be about the type of studies and so on. It sounds like there's some interesting studies with IDF soldiers and so on. Are these randomized controlled trials, or are they more kind of following, people that want to come in and, then you give them treatment and so on? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So so I'll speak to that really with three perspectives. We have letters of intent with hospitals to do RCTs, double-blind randomized controlled trials, properly studied, to get regulation and reimbursement and all that. They want hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we haven't to get the numbers to make everything statistically accurate from you need a lot of people, and to get reimbursement, you need a number, even though our system works so well that you probably don't need as many people as they think the answer is we've only done one double-blinded study, and it was by accident. And this is a very important thing. We've been basically treating people in our office and with different practitioners. And we had about 3 months where the treatment stopped working. People were coming in. Normally people come in and they come out feeling a lot better. The treatment works very fast. And something wasn't going. We thought maybe it was the winter, maybe the temperature was different, maybe what was everything was the same. Everything was working properly, and we couldn't figure out what was going on. But the patients were complaining, the practitioners were complaining. After 3 months, we found a bug in the software that showed that we were not delivering any therapy for 3 months. But the patients thought they were being treated. The practitioners thought that we were treated. The engineers, everybody thought the system was working. When we fixed the software, everything started working again. So that was an accidental double-blinded trial that we did. It's embarrassing, but that's true. The other studies are just anecdotal, so there's no control, and we recognize the need for that, and that's where the funding comes in, because when we can get the funding to do the trials, we've written the trials. We have hospitals that want to do the trials with us, and they're ready to go. We just need the funding to make it happen.
Question. So in your studies, when you were basically implementing your textile on the patients, was you able completely avoid pills, right?
I'm sorry, we're able to avoid
pills. Pills. Like anti-inflammatory.
Avoid pill, right? So the developing a medical device is challenging, and when people have, I can only talk about anecdotal studies. Okay, so that's what we've been doing. That's what happens at this stage with the startup. You kind of do what you can do. There was a soldier in the border police. He got injured. He had a knee problem, and then he was put on opioids, and he was had a desk job. He started using our system, and first he used the system concurrently with his pills. He didn't stop his pills, but after using our system for a number of months, he was able to stop the opioids, and actually was able to get back into the field. So I think that medication has a place. Definitely anti-inflammatories. Certainly from an acute perspective, there's definitely a place for them. The problem is when you get into long-term use of NSAIDs and steroids, that the trade-off becomes it's not really a long-term solution, and that's where I think that the microcurrent therapy can offer a solution for because where I think I first of all, just to manage the inflammation without the side effects, but more than that, I think that what we're doing is we're actually healing the system rather than just reducing the inflammation. And I guess just to be said, I guess Dr. Asler, a lot of what I'm saying, some of it's conjecture, a lot of it needs, but as a startup, that you do what you can do, and with funding.
Absolutely. It's a problem every startup has to deal with, no matter what field you're in. The resources are very important.
Always, and always limited.
Yeah, and it's in academia too, right? If you have a new idea and you're a young researcher, you don't have the same resources as the established and so on. So this is always a problem, and I wish better for a system that will promote more innovation than tests of more innovation, because I think sometimes just doing experiments to do experiments is good, right? You kind of come up with a new one, and then you try a new one, and so on and so forth.
I'm wondering, what is the price? You didn't mention how much that actually costs, because I have like several people I know who actually just recently got a surgery on the knee. Like literally, I know several people. I'm wondering how much costs the new device.
Yeah. So right now our model is really to work through professionals. Let's say physical therapists, and the model that we have is to sell a package to the physical therapist. Now, so if a physical therapist could, let's say, be buying, let's say, a laser system for like $15,000, $20,000, which they could treat one person at a time in their office. And what we're saying is, instead of buying a system like that, buy a whole bunch of our devices, and then what you can do is the people can come into your office, you can see them once, lease a device to them for a month, 6 weeks, 2 months, whatever time that they need. The patient would lease the device. This is the expensive part, the electronics. They would buy their own textile, because people don't usually want to go and share textiles, and the textiles are much cheaper. So the textile would be about $200, and as a purchase, and then they could lease the device, and then they could use it for as long as they need for. And then the practitioner is making money by being able to treat remotely. He can now treat many more patients at the same time, and we hope with the that America's going to move in this direction and have better reimbursement mechanisms for remote therapeutics. So then everybody benefits. The overall, the country benefits, because people are going to be feeling better with less expense. Patients are going to have less money, and practitioners are going to make more money. That's our hope.
I have a question. That business model sounds, because you're trying to sell it through practitioners, how are you going to be able to do that without it being a medically approved advice? Because then that kind of falls in, a gray area where the practitioner is recommending a device. And if it's not, medically approved device, then,
right. That's an excellent question. And from a business perspective, we have two products. And the first product is not a medical device. The first product is a sports recovery and performance product. So improving your pitching recovery time from 4 days to 1 day, that's not a medical condition. That's a wellness condition.
Right.
And our first, just because of speed to market, and when you want to go and get to market faster. So our first product is a sports product. It's not a medical device, just to get the technology out there to go and start getting cash into the company. In parallel to that, we'll be having a parallel product that has to go through the clinical trials, and we want to do a de novo so we can get the proper reimbursement, the proper regulation. I hope that RFK is going to help with that, with electrotherapy, and bring that up to the century that we're in, and we'll launch a medical, so we can use it, for post-op and for actual, reduce inflammation, relieve pain, accelerate healing, and all the different medical claims that we'll be able to make, that we'll demonstrate with clinical trials.
Yeah. But it just seems to me that you wouldn't be able to sell so much in that second pathway, at least initially. But I'm actually curious if you're able to or not, because unless it's a certified device, I see problems with that. It depends on the type of professional, I guess. I'm not sure.
So we have a lot of interest from physical therapists, and when you say second wave, I guess you mean the first wave, the sports product. So there are different levels. Yeah. So what I'm calling the wellness device, we could register it as a class 2 510K exempt medical device without making medical claims, and that would be enough to kind of reduce the liability. Where it's a weird classification where you can, like a bathroom scale is registered with the FDA as a medical device, even though it's listed as does not provide hospital quality results and cannot be used. It doesn't claim to go and give your weight accurately enough, So, but it's still registered with the FDA, and that would, in other words, it's not just a question of regulation, question of also reimbursement. Are you looking for reimbursement beyond just registration? So from the sports wellness product, people pay for hockey gear, cycling gear, golf gear. They'll pay for, pickleball, right? Everybody's getting hurt with pickleball. So they would pay for something that's going to help them recover, that's not a medical device, because they're not looking for reimbursement and we're not making medical claims. But, so I think that there's a market there, even just with basic registration, and then the advanced registration with the de novo would be with the medical route.
Okay.
But there's people out there in business that are smarter than I am, and with investment, I'm sure we'll be connected with the right people to make these questions, answer these questions the right way.
Yes. Anyway, it can be even goes as a wellness tool. So yes, I mean, it very depends on the pathway you are choosing. Anyhow, I'm very impressed, and I know you will have a great success. It's just a matter of time. We just keep pushing things. I know that sometimes it's hard, especially when you not that many people know you. It's a matter of getting through the ice, getting through the wall. We will make it happen. Anyhow,
this is the future. This is
Yes.
the bioelectric health powered by AI, remote healing. This is the future, and everybody's going to be there. And
what important thing I would like to mention. You mentioned a very important thing in terms of the connection of inflammation with connection of the physical and mental. And I believe 100% that people who are experiencing any sort of mental wellness, any sort of anxiety, any sort of depression, they do have inflammation, one way or another. It's sometimes it's very hard to diagnose. Sometimes you can, if you go to the doctor, general therapies, and it will take all the blood tests, they will not find it, simply because that's not on a level that creates a major issue, but it does sit there. And I agree with you 100%. Moreover, I believe that if there is certain issue with the mental condition, you definitely have to implement certain physical, behavioral, significant changes. You have to work with your body, because it's up there, it sits there, and you can move forward. And to break the ice, to break the circle, the vicious circle of the condition, you definitely have to have a combination of the tools that help you to work with your hardware and software, as you mentioned. I honestly, I absolutely love the approach and the way the entire message of reaching the highest value, that's part of the goals that a human brain expert has, because that's 100%. Because when we are attuned to highest self, when we attune to our human values, and when we behave accordingly, we actually open ourselves to the better, not just better environments, better future, better businesses, better connections. It's just absolutely different level of communications in life. And I absolutely agree with you on that point. And I wish you all possible success. Please stay in touch with us. We're going to have events, things coming. I will let you know. I will, of course, keep you updated. Anyhow, it was a pleasure to connect. Again, many thanks for joining us. And I hope to see you soon in the future.
Thank you so much, and much success on this incredible project that you have, because this is really the future, and I'm really honored to be a part of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the thing is, our next speaker, he supposed to join us from Dubai, but the thing is that it looks like we're going to record interview with him separately later, because the differences in time creates all the issues with joining us, because we have people from all around the world, and sometimes it's very hard to connect, and plus people are busy, and I know that most of you are going to watch this in recording, so hi. To some of you who going to watch us later in the recording. Anyhow, I believe that we have to do such thing more often, and I believe that that's important things to do. And I believe we're bringing the right people, and I truly believe in the high goals of Human Brain Expo. And well, the thing is, we're just going to finish up for today, and we will just stay tuned. We will see you in the future in 2025, because there are multiple events coming. Do you want to add something?
No. It's great to have the opportunity and to look at things from many perspectives, and look forward to more interesting talks.
Okay, great. Bye to all. We'll see you soon.